What's going on, everybody? How y'all doing? Come on in here. We're having a late live stream. And of course, I cannot watch Candace Owens without you all. So we're going to check out Candace Owens' video that she did today. Oh, my good Lord. This girl. Welcome all. Welcome all. What's going on, everybody? How you guys doing? Hope you guys enjoyed your weekend. If I sound stuffy, it's because I am. Trying to get rid of this cold. But had to do this live stream because Candace came back, and of course, Charlie Kirk is her whole new monetized gimmick right now, which is crazy. I don't know why she just won't leave that man alone in that piece. And of course, there's this accusation about the McClones and a hit and an operative and an assassin and a blah blah blah. We got to discuss it. What's going on? We got to discuss it, y'all. I hope you guys. How you doing, Hulu? I hope you guys have checked out the two videos I posted earlier today. They're quick videos, but very imperative. The second one came from Twitter X. It's supposed to be some sort of yeah, I promise this thing is on Twitter X. Some leaked audio from the assassin. I don't know what that's supposed to prove. Oh man, Candace, you do realize that any investigative agency can have a forensic audio analyst do an analysis on this. You do realize that. That's how that works. You just can't take a recording and say, oh, this is proof. No, it's not. This stuff, you just can't make this up. Everybody speak to everybody. Come up in the comments and say hello. Good evening. Lady Luck, you suck. Whatever. Hit the like button. Oh, I'm here for the tea. What's going on, y'all? Oh man, that audio, y'all. It's something else. It's like, man, you can't make this stuff up. Oh man. And people having a field day with it, like it's, oh, this is proof. No, it's not. It hasn't gone through forensics yet. Okay. You'll be amazed at what comes out of it. Candace, they can determine on vocal patterns, background noises. It's so many other factors they use to determine whether it's even authentic. Like it's something that has to be authenticated. You can't make this up. And she wants the FBI, the CIA, or the White House to give a comment on this. You really, Candace? Do you really want the White House to give a comment? You asking for them to clown you out. That's what you asking for. You want to be laughed at. Is what you're saying. Oh Lord. People forget Candace Owens once upon a time had access to the White House. So Candace, if you really want to know what the White House is saying about something, why don't you just take your happy ass up there to the White House and go find out? Go talk to people. Go to the White House press conferences or something like that. Doesn't she know the White House press secretary? Like she has too many connections to be sitting here wondering why no one's saying anything. You so you want to be clowned out, is what you're saying. You can't make this up. What's going on, Juju? How you doing? What's happening, Carter? The leaked audio sounds like it's from a Jamaican concert. I know, right? You can't make this up. Y'all, we gonna listen to that audio. Y'all, what's going on here? I didn't get a notification from YouTube, man. Oh, you didn't miss anything, honey. How you doing, mister? What's going on? Shout out to everybody. I hope you guys had a great weekend. I thought the same thing. Yeah, y'all. That the accent and that is so ridiculous. What's happening, Susie? How you doing? The White House, the FBI ghosted it. I don't blame them. Candace, you ain't forget on these people nerve. You can't sit here. Look, I got time for your nonsense, girl. She can just go to the White House, though. Candace, you can go to the White House and see what they're saying. You would think she would just do that. She would just do a live, go to the White House, maybe go to a press conference, talk to the White House press secretary, you know, record herself trying to get some answers. Here's a better question. Candace, why aren't your attorneys saying anything? Why they haven't filed anything to the court saying, hey, listen, there's a lawsuit going with our client, and she feels and has evidence to show something's happening with the Macrons, and something with an assassin and an Israeli operative. It's like the start of a maybe a good joke. So Candace Owens, an Israeli operative, and a legionnaire, French legionnaire, walk into a bar. ... And then you all fill out the rest. You all finish the joke off. See how creative you guys are. Because, I'm just gonna, if I had to finish it off, Candace, I would clown you for 30 minutes, girl. And it wouldn't even be hard. You can't make this out. It's the start of a bad joke. These three walk into a bar and something happened. You can't make this out. What's going on, observation station? How you doing? Nobody wants to talk to him. It's a hazard. Exactly. Oh, yeah, it's so funny. Candace lost her imagination over Thanksgiving break, or as Candace calls it, invading assassins. Oh my God. Jesus. Yeah, this is gonna be something else. So, you guys know I can't watch her shows alone anymore. So when I watch it, I have to go live. So y'all can watch it with me. If I have to sit here and scream and yell at my laptop, at least you all can be here to hear me scream and yell, and you guys can join in on the fun in the comment section and everything. We're gonna get started, y'all. So there's gonna be one of the things we check out. I want to give a shout out to the Luckster that sent me this though. This is a chat GPT about this whole her doxing her attorney's law firm. I just thought this was absolutely hilarious. So, was it S Files? S Files, I think you sent this to me. Let me know. I don't want to be wrong in this. I want to give proper due credit where it's due. So this was a chat GPT about the 920 North King Street building. What is the significance of this building? Why is it a thing? Candace doesn't realize she's been trolled. Candace, did you enjoy reading that letter? Didn't I tell you all that? I said she has no way to vet her tips. So how does she not know who may have just sent that as a gag or something, as a joke, as a troll? Like I called it. I'm just telling you, I called it. Candace, you're being trolled. You're not smart enough to know that. She's so busy trying to, I guess, think she's proving a point where she doesn't know. She doesn't vet her tips. She doesn't look at this information. You think she did a Google search on this address before she read that letter? No. And Candace, you know what's so shameful is that your whole shows are scripted. You had time. Where's George? That weird, sinister looking man. Why are you not telling your wife to chill out? Yeah, you just can't make this up. So this was the North 20 North King Street in Wilmington, Delaware, tied to Edward Snowden leaks. Just trying to see what's the conspiracy behind this whole address thing and blue and yellow Egyptian planes and blah, blah, blah. Right? So it was a question that was asked. It says there does not appear to be any credible link between this address and Edward Snowden, who, leaked out a bunch of stuff about people being monitored in the US. I mean, we have cameras everywhere in satellite, but wherever he went to Russia, right? They've been monitored over there as well. So governments just watch people. I mean, it is what it is. It happens. He's not being watched any less in Russia. I can guarantee you that. Oh man, here's what the evidence shows and what the conspiracy seems to be about, plus why that doesn't tie to Snowden. So of course you have what is 920 North King Street. That address houses several federal offices. U.S. Secret Service has a field office there. DEA has a location at 920 North King Street. There is some listing associating the FBI film Wilmington field office with North 920 North King Street. Lockheed Martin Shared Services is another tenant. Now, if you don't know what Lockheed Martin is, they're like a huge contractor with Federal Aviation, FAA administration. So, they make planes and stuff like that. Candace, if whoever wrote that letter, they knew exactly how to troll you. They probably had you believing that Lockheed Martin, tied with the FAA, somehow tied with this hangar owned by a French person for those blue and yellow Egyptian planes. You can't make this up. Oh, Lord have mercy. This is getting out of hand. Candace, they knew how to troll you. They knew how to troll her. Oh, man, let's get some comments in. I'm here laughing. Susan says she started reading of LGBTQ places in Delaware. I was like, huh? What? Laura, hey, shout out to my Maz. How you doing, honey? Is that something did I skip over? Shout out to all of you all. This is the members, to the Maz, to the Lucksters, to the supporters. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We even give a shout out to the candy asses, because they're here. There's nothing we can do about it. But shout out to all of you all. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. I know it's late, but we're doing a late live. If she is in mortal danger, what is she doing taking pics with tourists at Dollywood? Okay, that's a $1 million question. Candace, did you have security with you? Armed security at that? Because you can afford them. You taking photos with complete strangers at Dollywood? Isn't that a theme park? I think that's a theme park. You can't make this up. I wouldn't do that. I would not sit here and just say, yeah, you can come over here and take photos with me. At a theme park where you're open and just in open view. That's not very smart, Candace. You're not thinking like a woman that's married with 4 kids. This is crazy. Yeah, somehow she thought that, her attorney's office building was some, secret code to something. No, whoever wrote that letter, they just did their research. It was a Google search, Candace. Oh my God, you can't make this stuff up. Oh man. So that's shout out to I think S-File sent me that. But correct me if I'm wrong, yeah. I want to make sure. Because I don't want to give out like real names because candy asses, they don't know how that. Mr. Say y'all need to stop encouraging me. What are you saying, sir? Oh man. Yeah, it's the photos in the theme parks and stuff. It's so weird. George spent last week role playing a Thanksgiving turkey with his male friend. I told you had a cold. Come on. Oh, it's getting to be like the movie Psycho. I know. Hey, Candace, do we have to put you on a watch list? If we have to start like asking whether or not you're going to be a clear and present danger to someone, you might want to calm down. How about just defend yourself in court? I'm going to show you all what a calendar looks like for the judges in the Superior Court of the state of Delaware, so that you all will know exactly what I'm looking for when I look for these hearings that's supposed to be coming up. Candace, when is the motion to dismiss hearing going to be scheduled? Because why are you running from this lawsuit if you fear that your life is in danger? You're blaming and accusing the Macrons of some alleged assassination plot, and yet you're dodging court from a lawsuit. Make that make sense? Make that make sense? You think she would just ask for an emergency hearing? I mean, really, you would think something would be on file with the court because you would want the judge to know that. You can't, boy, this is crazy. The judge is going to be like, yeah, well, you make this allegation with no evidence. I mean, you're alleging that they not only tried to assassinate you, but actually assassinated someone else. And you don't think they're going to add this to their claim? Candace, they're going to, They're going to add that to their case. You're helping them because you can't stop lying for 5 minutes. You're helping them. You have no evidence. I've been asking for the transactions of these so-called payments from that club they sent for days. It's on Twitter X, in YouTube videos. Candace, where is the evidence of those transactions? And which club? Because there are two of them. There's two of them. She she's not giving any real evidence or information on anything. Making this stuff up, girl. They gonna chew her up in court. They gonna get her in court. The jury is gonna tear her ass up. Her hubby is chilling with Andrew Tate and the OF woman. Oh Lord. Mr. say you all need to stop encouraging me. You can't make this up. Susie said, Mr. Who did the stuff? Yeah, damn not George. Oh, y'all, everybody speak to everybody. Oh, y'all are funny. What's going on, Karma? How you doing, honey? Now getting an image of stuffing the turkey. Oh no, what's going on, CT? How you doing? Shout out to all of you all. I appreciate you guys for tuning in late. Oh, shout out to my mom, Laura, with the membership for 7 months. Rocking with me. I appreciate it. Thank you so, so much. There you go. LLC with the facts. Y'all, we got it up in here. Best medicine Candace is getting is being ignored. Yep. Oh, the goodie. The stickers are back. Yep. Absolutely. And you all, it's a new month. So I'll be able to gift out memberships tomorrow. So 10 more lucky people will get memberships tomorrow. And YouTube does it randomly. And, I wish I could select, but it doesn't. So if, you see a candy ass that's subscribed, get a membership. It's YouTube's fault. If I could pick, I would. Because I've been wanting to give memberships to, specific supporters because they've been supporters for so long. But yeah, it gives us 10 free memberships a month, and it's just kind of random. So shout out to you guys. I appreciate you all. All right, y'all, let's get to some some more videos here because I got a couple. Oh Lord have mercy. I guess we're gonna start off with this one. The one I posted up because I just want y'all to hear how hilarious this is for someone to sound like they trying to sense a threat. And I said, man, I'm not the only one that feels this way. There's no way I'm the only one sitting here laughing my ass off. What sounds like some nonsense. Yeah, I can't be the only one. So yes, I'm gonna play my video of this audio hearing, this audio recording, because you can't make this up. You just can't make this up. And then we could just, I can tell you all right now how I feel about this is fake. And all it takes is one good analysis to confirm that. But you guys can tell me in the comment section what you all think. I'm like, what was this person thinking? Whoever did this, what were they thinking? So we're gonna check this out. And then I'm gonna pull up the court information. Because as always, I gotta follow up to see what's going on with her court case, because she's not trying to do much with it, but whatever. Candace, we're watching these court hearings. You understand? We will be watching the hearings. So I don't know why you and your attorneys have not requested a hearing. Let's get this ball rolling, girl. And then we're going to go ahead and get to her show. All right? Y'all put it one in the chat if you can see it here. Let's get to it. It's time to laugh.
Action Division. For 21 years, I ran black contracts in Africa, Middle East, and yes, sometimes on your soil. Tonight, I break every oath I ever took. 2 days ago, a priority cable landed on my desk. Opération Poignard. Target Candace Owens. Client, Unit 8200 liaison embedded inside the Elysee. Payment routed through a shell in Cyprus we have used since the Rainbow Warrior days. The directive is explicit. Quote, eliminate the subject during live broadcast. Maximum visceral impact.
Did y'all see that? Rainbow Warrior days? Did y'all see that? What's the Rainbow Warrior days? Candace. How do you not know you're being trolled? What in the hell could be Rainbow Warrior Days? Is this why she was, calling out certain LGBTQ places? Because someone made a reference to Rainbow Warrior Days in this video here. Is that it, Candace? Because I'm just asking questions. We're just asking questions, girl. What is a Rainbow Warrior Days? You can't make this up. Let's go back. They said they served in 21 years, ran black contracts. Oh, okay.
Contracts in Africa, Middle East, and yes, sometimes on your soil. Tonight, I break every oath I ever took. 2 days ago, a poignardy cable landed on my desk. Opération Poignard. Target Candace Owens. Client Unit 8200 liaison embedded inside the Elysee. Payment routed through a shell in Cyprus we have used since the Rainbow Warrior days. The directive is explicit.
Can't make this up.
Quote, eliminate the subject during live broadcast. Maximum visceral impact. The blade must be visible.
Maximal visceral impact. Candace, do you not understand the definitions of these words? What is the comments right quick? Okay, y'all. I vote that it's fake. Y'all tell me. Many of you all will say it's fake, but ever so often someone will shock me. Is this fake or real? Just put your answers in the chat. Fake or real? Fake or real? Wait, what happened on her show today? I know, Connor. We're about to find out. It's like maroon shirts. Eminem said, according to Candace, the DuPont family in Delaware is also a part of the assassination plot. I'm gonna be honest. I haven't even looked up anything about a DuPont family. Are you talking about like the makers of the cookware? DuPont, isn't that some cookware? You can't make this up. Candace, why won't you just go over your motion to dismiss for the lawsuit? I mean, at least everyone can read that. You're bringing up stuff that no one can research or find evidence to corroborate. This is insane. Oh, green hoodies. I know that poor kid at school. Kind of evidently some LGBTQ stuff. Yeah, hearing Rainbow Warriors in here. No wonder. And she just went in circles about nothing. She had nobody is answering her questions. Candace, no one is answering your questions because you're not asking questions that make sense here on Earth. On planet Earth, none of your questions make sense. We don't speak cult, Candace. We don't speak alien. We don't speak stupid. No one understands why you're coming up with this nonsense. We're all wondering, where are you getting this from? How about answer our questions for once? For once, it's time for Candace Owens to answer our questions. We're tired of you asking. You need to answer, Candace. It's high time that you answer. Stop asking questions and answer some for a moment. Maybe you get some answers to yours. We get some answers to ours. You can't make this up. Candace, did you pay somebody to do this? Is this guy that's in your ear always mansplaining things? Because that's my assumption right now. It's either the dude that's always in her ear mansplaining stuff that we've never seen because we don't know who he is, or is George playing in the studio? George Farmer. George, why are you playing with the studio equipment? Because right now, I'm just going to assume it's you until it's confirmed that it's not. This got to be George playing around with the audio equipment. He says he's behind the camera. Make this up. That's why I'm saying it's fake, because I think it's George. Talking about rainbow circles and rainbow things. What are you talking about? Oh my God, a red crane outside of a business under construction is now suspicious. You can't make this up. And Egyptian planes. I'm surprised she hasn't got back on the hospital and the doctors yet. She'll circle around. She'll circle back around to that. It'll get there. Y'all hit the like button coming in. So it's my theory and assumption that this is George playing around with the sound equipment, trying to troll us back, and he did a bad job. You couldn't even mask that going accent of yours, could you, George? He was obviously bored, y'all. 4 kids in Thanksgiving, and he was still bored. Can't make this up. Oh man. Shout out to all you all for the great comments. Keep it coming. Eminem said, shout out to Eminem. You can tell it's AI generated. I found it actually kind of funny. You can tell because of the blurriness in the video, because that's not how a normal undercover person looks. Exactly. George, stop playing with no French Darth Vader. He doesn't even sound French. George, you almost nailed the accent. I am not even gonna say almost. You did a bad job. You need to do it again. How about do this again? And then keep making us laugh. You can't make this up. Eminem said assassins aren't going to go on public media and tell them what they're going to do because it can be traced. Exactly. They found out who burnt down the Palisades through cell phone pings. Yeah, exactly. They could man analyze vocal patterns, hear running noises in the background. Because George, you're not MI6 or anything like that, so you wouldn't know that. Now would you? Would George know something like that? That they can do a vocal pattern analysis. They can tell if you're, you know, under duress, if there's some sort of stress in your vocal patterns. They can break it down. Oh, what's going on? Yuck, how you doing? I didn't see Yuck in here. Elon Musk review this for us. I know, right? I love the emoji faces. Y'all, this is how it was on the Twitter video. I put in my word on the side. You know, forensics can easily either verify or debunk this video. And that was it. The rest is the video itself, but you guys could definitely check it out on Twitter X. Yeah, everybody said fake, 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 fake. Oh, what's happening, S-File? Shout out to my boss. I appreciate you all for tuning in. Thank you so much for being here. I know it's late. Rainbow Warrior Days. That's what got me. Rainbow Warrior Days is an event by French secret agents. It's a real thing. Are you kidding? The DuPonts have a lot of companies. They have the paint back in the day. They did ammunition. Okay. So she's just going to blame the DuPonts. More people that can sue you, Candace. You understand, they will sue you into oblivion, okay? Because you're bringing in people who have nothing to do. How are they connected to you any other way, Candace? How do you know the DuPont family? Are you just throwing out a French family because they're wealthy? How is this going? It's like she's just throwing out names because, you know, they seem to be elites over in France. Candace, you would be considered an elite. Isn't George some sort of a heir to something? She's considered an elite. Girl, you can't pretend to be the broke black girl from Delaware or wherever you're from, and then, you know, become a queen or an heiress overnight like that, and then switch it off and on. You have a husband with 4 kids by a man whose family is like a duke or something along those lines. He's definitely wealthy. That would make you an elite. Not globally, but it's mighty funny how you focus on other countries except the US. And yet you're not, you know, some global elitist. What do you worry about what's going on in France for? Or Australia for that matter? And they told you to butt out. You can't make this up. So she's going to start naming French families and, you know, that have money that can sue her. Why don't we ever see Candace's team? You would think, right? They somehow monitor Google searches, but, you know, we have no idea who these people are. So he's allegedly a contractor from Egypt. He's somebody. You can't make this up. Y'all, let's get back to it because, you know, I have more laughing to do.
The audience must feel the cut.
Yeah, let's go back.
Liaison embedded inside the Elysee, payment routed through a shell in Cyprus we have used since the Rainbow Warrior days. The directive is explicit. Quote, eliminate the subject during live broadcast. Maximum visceral impact. The blade must be visible. The audience must feel the cut. They want her open from sternum to pelvis while the red light is on. They want the chat scrolling, no, 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 as her hit the desk. That trauma is the secondary payload. primary payload is you, the viewers. Break the Americans who still speak against. Make the rest too.
Did he say primary payload is the viewers? Okay. Yeah, Eminem or no reply. Anybody related to this secret code speak? Can you please just translate what that means? Why are the viewers the first payload? They want the chat scrolling no as in the desk. Yeah, y'all see this? Do y'all see this? Y'all look at the captions because I really can't understand. George, you do that bad job with the accent. A bad job.
That trauma is the secondary payload. Primary payload is you, the viewers.
Break the... that? Primary payload is you, the viewers. What does that mean? What does that mean? The Eminem on her life today, she was trying to discover alive who owned all the buildings around her attorney's office, and a lot of them are owned by the DuPont. Because they're French, they are suspicious. You can't, Candace, just go to court, girl. What does the payload thing mean? Anyone know? Anyone know? This saying. Oh my god. Oh my god, what's going on, Diane? How you doing, honey? Oh, as if Candace understood anything he said. No, right? No reply. Said definitely George Farmer behind that emoji. Yo, don't he look like his face and neck? I told y'all George was sinister. He would do some nonsense like this. Let me just avenge my wife and go ahead and do this video. How's my French accent, dear? How's it? Is this good? Is this well? It's too hard. Do I have to get more abrasive like this? Like he's sitting here playing with the audio equipment. Ugh. Candace, y'all could have easily just read a book. You understand? You and George Farmer could have sat down and read your kids a book or watched a movie. Put up the Christmas tree. You know, anything else. You could have done anything else. I'm just curious to know what this payload thing is. The payload is first us, the viewers. You can't make this up. God, Google, please. Let me know. I guess we have to Google it. What is the payload? What payload is this? Like a secret code or something? Oh man, payload is a myriad of things. Maximum amount of weight that can be carried. Oh man. Payload versus towing capacity. Y'all, it's getting on to all kinds of stuff. Payload and computer networks. What's the payload? Is the payload dealing with us with tech? So they consider viewers payloads because networking. In computing, a payload is the carrying capacity of a packet or other transmission data unit. For tech, for truck and towing, it's like the maximum capacity of what you can carry for that load. So I guess the viewers are the carrying capacity of a packet or transmission data. You can't make this up. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing here. Data network. Got it. All right. Payload is package. Payload is a shock and awe. Oh, thank you, miss. Okay. Payload is package. Data network. Thank you. So we're the package. The viewers are the package. Y'all. That's what he said. We're the first payload here. Revenue income. People got, it's so many things that payload can mean. This is so crazy. Candace, why is George playing with the audio equipment? You can't make this up. Let's get back to it.
Americans who still speak again make the rest too afraid to open their mouths. The team is already in country. 4 operators, 2 ex-Legion Blade specialists from Corsica, 1 woman involved in the job.
Corsica? 1 woman, oh my God. George, you suck. I hope you never ever do movies or television. You're bad at impersonations. This accent is god awful. You realize this is going to be analyzed. Candace, this is going to be analyzed. How do you not debunk this?
From that savvy journalist in Istanbul and the spotter who was in the crowd in Utah. They have our studio floor plan, they have the shift change of our security. Two of our own circle accepted crypto for information 2 weeks ago.
Lord.
When she canceled this week's shows, the orders updated immediately. Mobile killbox. Wherever she surfaces next, whether it's an emergency stream, even a goddamn parking lot live stream, they are planning to be there. I sent her the precaution through a cutout she trusts. Burner rules, no GPS devices, no routines. But she is stubborn. She thinks exposure protects her. It does not.
Wait a minute. What? So her going out to Dollywood is something he already knew? George, if you didn't want to go to Dollywood, this is a bad way to tell your wife. Honey, I don't want to go. I don't want to go. I want to. It's boys' night out at the golf club, dear. I don't want to go. I want to smoke my cigar, play golf with the boys. I don't want to go to Dollywood. It's that simple. She is stubborn. Well, I won't disagree with that, even though this whole thing is fake. It's like the greatest troll ever. Candace, you're being trolled like hell.
It is the bait. If she goes live again without changing her voice print, without hard encryption, without ditching every person who has been within 10 meters of her in the last month, she is as good as... They will let her speak for 5 minutes, long enough for the bot to boost the clip, then the feed will show exactly what they want the world to see. I am recording this because when they find me, I want there to be a record. This is not rogue.
What? No, that's not how assassins move. Eminem is right. Assassins don't move like this. We don't even know they exist. We don't need to. What are you talking about? If they get me, I want them to find this recording. Why? George, if you want to go back to the UK, just say it. Is it that hard? You got to grow a spine and tell your wife, can you please shut up? Because she said only you and Erica Kirk are the only two people that can tell her to stop talking. And Erica Kirk is not really stunned her like that. So, George, the onus is on you. This is all on you. Stop playing around. All right? You have your boys' night out. But stop playing around with this. And you don't play with the audio equipment. All this because George didn't want to go to Dollywood.
This is policy, signed at the highest level. Tell her, do not trust any American agency that offers protective custody. More than half of them are penetrated. Tell her the only safe move is to disappear completely.
Candace, they just told you don't trust any American agency. So
protective.
Why do you want to know what the FBI or the CIA is doing? And yet again, if there was a credible threat that was legitimate, she would have told her attorneys. They probably would have released a statement. They definitely would have amended their motion to dismiss. Why is it that the three people that could do something about this more effectively in court aren't saying anything at all? And this is what we get. Candace, we deserve better than this. Can you get your attorneys to give a statement? Don't trust any American agency. She never trusted the feds, remember? She already told us that. So this assassin, allegedly, is not even telling us, aka George, not even telling us something new. George, you're not saying anything new. She already said she doesn't trust the feds. She mocks the CIA every time she pulls out that cup or put on a hat. You guys can be sued by the CIA as well for using their logo without their permission. That's a violation of a whole federal law. You know, laws, something that your wife thinks she's above. Candace really thinks she's above the rule of law. That's why she doesn't take court seriously. She's like, I'm just going to go win. No, you're not. Now they're going to mollywop you, girl.
Custody. More than half of them are penetrated. Tell her the only safe move is to disappear completely for 90 days. After that, maybe the war they are planning will make her irrelevant.
You can't make this up. Candace, George is trying to tell you he want to leave the U.S. He want to go back home. All right. Because this is insane. He said, I just want to go back home. It's Candace. Do something with this daggone court. Do something with this lawsuit, girl. George trying to tell everybody he want to go home. And it's like, what the hell? She's ignoring him. And I guess this is the only way he can get his message loud and clear. Because she is stubborn. We'll agree. She is stubborn. Oh, Lord. You can't make this up. Oh, man. Mr. Tatum, I had lost hope on him. Yeah. I don't listen to something like that. That video is so embarrassing. I know, Colleen, it is. It is. And she's not denouncing it. She's not saying this video has nothing to do with me. I am not claiming this to be any alleged assassin. I have nothing to do with this video. She ain't said nothing like that. She just said, nothing. She's asking for the White House to give a statement, but yet George is telling her in this would-be video here, don't trust any American agency. Wouldn't that include our executive branch of government? Candace. Yeah. Once upon a time, Candace said she wanted to go to Russia. Is that a viable thought, Candace? Are you still trying to go to Russia? We will help you pack. It's starting to get embarrassing. What is her show going to be like? So all of that, of course, Care Bear, we are live. I had 2 pre-recorded videos early, but we are live in action. Hit the like button. How you doing? Candace is one of the elites. Exactly. She married into money. They only knew each other for 18 days. That ought to tell y'all something right there. George is sitting around here like, I have no idea what I married now. I don't know what to do with her. She's sitting here talking about assassinations and the French government and the president. And we're being sued by the French president. Because, George, this is going to affect you as well. It is. You married her. No one told you to do that. You chose to do that. Candace, if you truly was under any threat, I would see a docket entry in this case from your attorneys expressing something in a motion. Or at least there will be a notice of a motion about to be filed. Sort of like here, notice. Why aren't they saying anything? Of all the people to say something, you would think the attorneys would have something to say. They said nothing. And she's accusing the very people that are suing her. How ironic is that? So what I'm having everybody do, as you come in and you hit the like button, let me know if that video was real or fake to you. Just put fake or real. It surprised me. Some people might think it's real. Just put fake or real for that video. It's the would-be assassin. So no updates on the case because, the video is fake in my opinion, but that's how I feel about it because I can't take it serious. And then if we were, and this is a civil trial calendar from Newcastle County, which is the county where the lawsuit has been filed. It's the district to which the lawsuit has been filed. The Superior Court of the state of Delaware in and for Newcastle County civil trial calendar. And typically these calendars are like a week to 2 weeks at a time. Holidays are coming up. So there's a motion to dismiss that you guys saw on the docket, right? If there was a hearing for it, it would look like this. It will be on the calendar, which is public information. The judge has a calendar and the court has a calendar. Okay. So you can look at either one. So like here is the judge presiding over the Macron v. Owens lawsuit. Judge Sheldon K. Rennie. And no, he is not getting off. Oh, shout out to No Reply. Say it's all fake and gay. Oh, Melody, shout out to you. Fake and gay. Oh, man, that's epic. Fake and gay. What's going on, Kira? Thank you for the super. The more I've seen pick a girlfriend, the more I real is that he met him in Nashville, like not even a year ago. A little fast, not super fast, but I was mingling. Now I moved to Arizona, according to CO Logic. Shout out to you. Thank you for the 9.99 super. I appreciate that. Yeah, I forget to say I have a $25 goal, but yeah, we have a $25 goal for the live stream. Thank you all so much for the support. I appreciate that. I appreciate the supers of the financial support. Fantastic. How did those sound effects get into her live stream if it's live? Candace pre-records her shows and then airs it the next day. So I'm assuming whatever we're about to watch was either done on Friday or over the weekend or whatever. But it wasn't live because she doesn't do live because she needs a script. She reads the script. The only time it will be filed under seal is if it will mess up the law firm's reputation. And of course, the judge has to, if you want something under seal, you have to file a motion or request for it, unless the court deems it to be, have some high level of urgency or importance to the case, or it's going to, hinder the due process, or if it's part of a federal investigation or high level, like top one level security clearance type of case. I mean, it has to be something, beyond normal, right? And then we're talking about in this matter, this is a civil matter. The lawsuit that the Macrones filed against Candace is a civil proceeding. It's not even criminal. So you can imagine the hurdle that the attorneys will have to go through to have something sealed. And if that be the case, then I would think that a president of a country would want, parts of his filing or the complaint to be sealed or redacted at least. Not necessarily sealed, but maybe redacted. But if the president of France is not worried about having redactions like that in their complaint, Candace has no chance of getting something sealed. None. She would have to present that argument. Her attorneys would have to present that argument to the judge as to why it should be sealed. Candace, it's not going to happen. We're going to be listening into all the hearings, girl. You're going to sit here and blame them for, an assassination. You don't think that they're going to add this on? No. And we're going to hear all of that in the hearing. That's why I think she's going to try to mediate and settle out of court. And if anything, she'll keep that under wraps because mediation is not necessarily, available to the public. So if they decide to mediate out of court, that entire mediation will not be made available to the court. It's not even admissible in court. Like the conversations and stuff that they have will not even be admissible if they decide, let's have a mediation, and then they don't reach an agreement, and then they decide to have a trial. None of the conversations would be admissible unless someone is admitting to committing a criminal, act. That's it. Only the settlement agreement, if they were to reach a settlement, would be filed with the court. And even then, that could still be redacted. So that's her only way out of this, is a mediation and a settlement agreement. Otherwise, Candace, you're going to court, girl. So once it gets scheduled, this is what we'll see. You see the time, you have the case number, then you have the parties listed here. So this is just, random party. But so you guys can understand and see what it looks like. And then the court date is right there above the judge's name. Then you have the parties here, has the plaintiffs and defendants. And then, of course, how long will it take for the trials? There's a jury trial demand in the Macron lawsuit. So, of course, the judge will ask how many, how much time do you guys need, to present for each party, each side to present their case. So this one happens to be a 3-day jury trial. Jury selections in the morning, and then they start same day. The difficulty in jury selections is when you introducing all this biased nonsense into it. And then people like Candace having a platform with 5.6 million supporters, because the candy ass is a deep up in there. And then possibly that information getting out and more people of the public get exposed to that. So now you have to sift through getting a non-biased jury. Once again, another jury that Candace seems to be actively trying to taint. She's doing it with the murder trial for Tyler against Tyler James Robinson, and she's doing it in her own case. There's a jury trial demand in this lawsuit. You can't make this up. Hey, Maria Bates, what's going on? How you doing? Shout out to Maria Babes. Shout out to the fantastic content creators that come up in here and show us some love. Can I get one of the mods to drop the YouTube channel link for Maria Babes? Make sure you all go check her out. She is keeping her foot on Candace Owens' neck, and we love it. Shout out to you. How you doing, honey? And sometimes it's hard for me to see the comments, y'all, when I'm on the other tabs. I appreciate it. You are supporting me coming in here. Show us some love. Oh, you moved to Arizona. Okay. No zip code. Millions are being paid to podcasters from enemies of America, enemies of Israel. Yeah. I mean, if they are, I'm not getting any of that money. Tell y'all right now. And YouTube don't pay crap. It's like 10 cents for every 1,000 views. But our YouTube analytics is public information. So I've been telling the candy asses if they really want to know what I'm making, they can look it up. That's not secret information. Go to my analytics channel, my analytics page. I will get paid like I still have a regular job. Chabu. They trip me out. They keep me laughing. Oh man. Kyla said, LLC, when do you think the actual court case will get underway? It's just a matter of them getting this hearing scheduled for the motion to dismiss first, because that'll be the first hearing that I expect to see scheduled. And then, the judge will hear both sides as to why the case should or should not be dismissed. And then from there, it'll be some sort of status conference. Now, how long that takes, it depends on the judge's calendar. It depends on when the attorneys are ready to get started with this. I haven't even seen a request for a hearing to be filed. And that's kind of what is baffling to me, because the moving party for that motion is Candace Owens. So her attorneys need to be the one requesting for a hearing. And they need to get one in, quick. If the Macron's attorney wanted to file a response to the motion to dismiss, they would have had like 22, 25 days to do it. So it would have already been filed by now. But for our actual motion, for the hearing to be scheduled on that motion, Candace is the one filing this motion. So her and her attorneys need to request a hearing. And they said, oh, it'll be, discussed by her at the convenience of the court. Okay, well, get the court to schedule the hearing. So at the very least, we will see a hearing schedule, and it will be docketed. It would be added to the court docket. It will be an activity if there was a hearing date. So once we see that, we'll be able to see that in the activity. But it's like they're moving their behinds on this. And then, of course, once we see that in the court docket of the hearing date, then we'll be able to see it on the court calendar. So that's what I've been looking at, both, just to see, get on one and not the other. But we would see it just like this. So that would be our, heads up. Oh, okay, they got something going. It could be after the holidays. Not gonna lie, because you see the judge is already occupied on December 1st, and I think the remaining month, because this is going out to December 12th. So more than likely, if there is a hearing scheduled, it'll be a hearing that will be after New Year's. Probably won't be to January. So these matters can take forever because it's a civil matter, and it's just kind of like moving at the pace of the parties in their responses and their filings. Whenever someone files a motion, the other party has the right to file a response to it. That could take up to another 22 to 25 days, whatever the time frame is. And it varies by state, but it could take that time frame. And it's like that slows it down, right? So they have to request that hearing too. They need to follow up with the court, but it doesn't seem like they're, either they're dodging the candy asses from coming down to their building all day now. Thanks to Candace. She talks her own attorneys, y'all. You can't make this up. So either that's happening or they just taking their time with this, and it's just ridiculous. So now we've come to the point where we're all about to who child get to this episode. I appreciate all of y'all for tuning in. But yeah, I think it won't be till next year. That's just, the way I'm foreseeing it. And I go to CK Church, Charlie Kirk Church. So she's going to call me a plant. Do you now? Shout out to you. Why does she keep attacking this pastor, this Rob McCoy? Why does she keep attacking that man? I went to her X account after her live, and she got a lot of heat today. People are not believing her anymore. They're not, Candace. Because you're not producing any evidence, Candace. Her devoted cult members and bots, yeah, they probably will. Candace, people are sick of you talking about Charlie Kirk. You're dogging out his pastor. You know you wouldn't be doing that if he were alive. Then you want Turning Point to be dismantled and fail. Why, I don't know. Erica Kirk is the CEO still. So if you don't have any issues with Erica Kirk and she's the only other person that can tell you to shut up, then why do you want Turning Point to fail? Why not offer some solutions to help them grow and do better? Like, she's not doing any of that. Candace don't care. It's so crazy. Shout out to you, Blanco on the beat. The people who believe Candace need a brain scan ASAP. I know, right? Oh, drop those links. Shout out to, if I can, once I come across Berea's YouTube channel link, I'll highlight it. And you guys, make sure you go check her out. She is absolutely hilarious and entertainment, but she tells it like it is. I love it. If you haven't seen the live from Candace today, she reads a bunch of stuff off of a script, gives a long history of Delaware, and it looks like she's been pranked again because it makes absolutely no sense. Candace, you keep getting pranked, girl. I told y'all that. Adam says, and also, what the hell does it matter even if Macron's wife was born a male? We don't care what's going on in France, Candace. I thought it was America first. If it's America first, wouldn't you just take time to report on what's going on in America? Yeah, Candace acts like she doesn't even like her own country. It's so un-American of you, Candace. She already said she wants to go to Russia and be Russian. So Putin needs to open up the gates and let her in, and all her followers can go with her. We'll send all of them there. What makes her think it's going to be better over there? I don't know. Chapel. Candace has filed 3 times for dismissal. Yes, she has. She has filed 2 dismissals so far, I've seen. And it's one of them being a motion to dismiss and a motion to strike the first amended complaint. Why? Candace, if you have nothing to hide and you have a defense, allegedly, then why even seek a dismissal? She lied to people when she said she was not going to seek a dismissal of the case. So the last thing you would do is file a motion to dismiss if you're not trying to dismiss the case. No, you just say, all right, we'll just go ahead and go through the motions. Let's go ahead and file a response and keep this moving. I want to get to the discovery phase. You would think that's all she would do. Maybe do a counter. She could counterclaim, but she won't even do that. Candace, just schedule the hearing on the motion to dismiss. Can we get to that point? We're going to be listening in, Candace. Oh, man. This is going to get epic. All right, y'all. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear. Let's get to it.
All right, you guys. It is a very tangled web that we weave. I'm referring to me and Jean-Michel Trogneau. Okay. Jean-Michel Trogneau has been so protected and has worn so many faces and has clearly gotten away with that across so many decades that you can almost understand the sheer arrogance. Imagine being so protected that you force multiple nation states to collude to hide the obvious fact that you were born with a penis, right? That is real power. I am talking satanic power, though. And the antidote to Satan is always Christ.
Candace, everything you say and do in this video can and will be used against you in the court hearing that you're being sued for making these same allegations, while you lie and say, I'm not being sued because I claimed that she was born a man. You're saying that. And yeah, keep letting the devil use you. I'm sure that'll work out well for you.
Truth will reign supreme in the end. So welcome back to Candace.
Watching wants to dismiss him. You're about Felicia. Can't make this up.
Get comfortable, you guys, because it is going to be a long week. I have so many explosive revelations to share with you, and now it feels especially urgent, right? Don't you feel a sense of urgency right now in the wake of me having learned that France apparently paid for my assassination and that the French Foreign Legion was apparently involved and on the ground at UVU on the day of Charlie Kirk's assassination? And we should probably begin there. Foremost, if you were one of the people online who believed for a single second that it was even a remote possibility that I simply made up a French assassination attempt heading into Thanksgiving week, I don't know, for like attention or something, I sat around and I said, I'm just not getting enough attention. How can I start a global conversation about me? And then I came up with this idea of creating fan fiction where I imagined myself as the victim of a multinational state plot to murder me. Yeah, if you thought that for a single second, that it was for funsies because I'm not busy or anything, then you're just not sober. You're not paying attention to anything. And you need to.
Candace, post up the transactions of those payments from club to Sant. First of all, specify which club, because there's two of them. One dealing with gastronomy and another dealing with cycling. You won't even do that. Why didn't you put up the name and information of the person that called you? You know, that high-ranking French government employee that called you? I'm still curious to know who's the CIA's contractor's spouse, that well-known spouse. They called you and said, yeah, you're on our list. You and Tucker Carlson. Who is that person? You know, the global elitists that you can't stand, but you still keep naming somehow. That somehow you become one of. Post the transactions of those payments. Why would you not get that information? If there's a paper trail, wouldn't you ask for the emails? It's laughable that you think. No. The Macrons don't want you gone. They want you in court. They want the jury to rule in their favor, a judgment to be entered against you for millions of dollars. That's what they want. And I honestly hope that happens for them. Because at this rate, now you're accusing them of some sort of assassination. That is a criminal matter. That is, you're accusing them of committing a crime, of murder. You can't make this up. Do you understand how defamatory that is to accuse someone of being involved in a murder plot? And not just solely against you, but against someone else. So she's accusing them of a double murder. One attempt and one carried out. That is so defamatory. That is the epitome of defamation. You can't make this up. Candace Owens also said that Brigitte Macron attorney office was across the street from her attorney. That's why I think someone's pranking her today. Oh, yeah, they are. But see, here's the thing, Candace, no one needed to know where your attorneys were. Those who read the lawsuit, we saw the address. It typically is there. But it's not something we advertise. I went over the lawsuit. I didn't have to advertise their address because that's not important. I look for a bar, like a bar license number before I look for an address. But she's putting it out here like this, knowing that her cult members are going to go to that building trying to see if the FBI and the CIA are in there. You can't make this up. And never mind all the other employees in the law firm. They want to go home to their kids, Candace. They don't want to sit here and have to worry about fighting their way to their car after work because the candy asses, the cult members are thinking that they're all, some hired free French Legionnaire. Just like with the hotel. She put this hotel on blast and didn't care that people work there. You have hotel guests that stay there. This hotel is a business. They're trying to make money. They don't need their name, their company name sullied, that location sullied because of Candace Owens. All these people can sue her. What if something happened to any of the employees that work there? Because one of her cult members shows up and starts harassing the employees. Then what? Because, she still hasn't said anything about Nicholas Ray facing 12 counts of sending online death threats against 3 Jewish conservatives. Because Candace insinuated that they were involved in the death of Charlie Kirk. It is because of her. It is her fault. And yet she won't even denounce the actions of Nicholas Ray or even acknowledge this man's existence. It's disgusting. So, Candace, you got it coming, girl.
To wake up real fast. We're going to move quickly through a lot of things this week because everyone in the world needs to wake up to how things actually work. LOL to the idea of Western democracy. LOL to the idea that you can win in life and that everything's basically you've set the stage for a meritocracy and you can get ahead. No, actually, as you learn things, you become a target. You become a target to people that operate in the shadows. And that is, I think, what we are all learning in the wake of the last couple of months, especially. Now, going back to November 25th, I obviously tweeted exactly what I was informed. Okay, I'm going to read that tweet to you in its entirety.
Oh, no.
Urgent. 2 days ago, I was contacted by a high-ranking employee of the French government after determining this person's...
Pause. Who is the high-ranking employee of the French government, Candace? Name them. Name them. You don't mind doxing some college kids at UVU. Name them. Why isn't your attorney speaking on this? I mean, and if they did and they added this to the lawsuit, it would become public information either way. Name them. What's their job title? What agency do they work for? You just said some French government. The French government has multiple agencies and administrations like we do here in the U.S. Name them, Candace. Give us a job title. Give us something. How high-ranking is this person? You don't name any of your sources. You don't tell people. You can't even say which club to sent these so-called payments or emails of those payments. So one saw these transactions and they didn't do a screenshot and email it to you. Make that make sense. And you didn't demand that information, Candace. Candace, you are bad at this, girl. You are bad at this. You can read this until God returns. It means nothing. When you're not naming the people, you're not naming these sources, you're not saying anything. You're not posting up any evidence to corroborate it. Girl, bye. Bye, Felicia. Bye, Felicia.
Position and proximity to the French couple, I have deemed the information that they gave me to be credible enough to share publicly in the event that something happens. In short, this person claims the Macrons have executed upon and paid for my assassination. Yes, you read that correctly.
Exactly, no
More specifically, that the green light was given to a small team in the National Gendarmerie Intervention Group. I am told there is one Israeli that is on the assassination squad.
Who is that? Who is that person? Yeah, listen. After determining the person's position and proximity to the French couple, I have deemed. Why did you deem? Wouldn't you have this corroborated with evidence? Wouldn't you turn this over to the FBI for them to deem it? You don't, just because you say it, Candace, because Candace said so. Now all of a sudden it makes it a fact. No, ma'am. That's not how it works. Nope. Kick rocks, Candace. That's not how it works. Just because you said so means nothing. You need evidence. You know that one piece of thing you're going to need for court. Oh, this jury is going to tell her ass something.
And that plans were formalized. Again, this person provided concrete proof that they are well placed within the French government apparatus. Further to this point, this person claims that Charlie Kirk...
Why didn't she post the proof? Post the proof, Candace.
Kirk's assassin trained with the French Legion 13th Brigade with multi-state involvement. Journalist Xavier Poussard's life is also at risk. This is deadly serious. The head of state of France apparently wants us both dead and has authorized professional units to carry this out. I ask that every person retweet and share this. I do not know who in the American government can be trusted since this source claims that our leaders are aware.
Linda Walker. You can't make this up. All right. If the Macrons did put a contract on her. Oh, man. If y'all knew what I knew, you would understand why I'm laughing. The money would have been paid through an untraceable Swiss bank account or a French or other offshore untraceable account. She's dumb as a rock. Oh man. Shout out to Linda Walker. Oh man. Stacey Nelson TV Network. What's going on? Candace is a robot. Yeah. She's definitely an alien. She is not of this planet. Candace, you gotta post evidence. I just can't make this up. Look at this. Untraceable Swiss bank account or a French. Yeah. I mean, she won't even say where the payments are coming from this so-called club. She won't even specify the club. Candace, you understand what gastronomes do? They eat food for fun. The French versions of Alton Brown. I want you all to keep that in mind. Remember when we went over the show Good Eats? I pulled it up. It's on Food Network. Alton Brown is one who would be kind of like that reflection of gastronomy, where he turns food into a science. Yeah, that's what these people in this Club de Sant does. There's 100 of them. Exactly. And they've been doing this since 1912. And Candace is out here saying that they're making payments for her alleged assassination attempt, but didn't post the evidence. You can't. She's validating something. Oh God. Donald Duck told y'all. I told y'all George was playing in the studio. You can't make this up. Of course, there's an Israeli. Oh God. How ranking French persons equals head of sanitation service. Y'all something else. Even if her YouTube followers don't know that she has filed for dismissal because she keeps demanding that they get to the discovery phase. She knows her YouTube bots don't have brains. They don't read either. They don't go over the dictionary. You know, the word of the month, since it's December 1st, when we're on 25 days to Christmas. Candace, the word of the month is evidence. You got to be able to understand what that word means and the concept of that. So if you have a call come through, that's a call log, right? So you should be able to present a call log, like a phone number, even if it's like the last 6 digits of the number and the area code, because we have to see the area code because we need to know where the call originated from. And then you have someone speaking. Maybe you have caller ID, maybe you don't, but information related to that individual should also be made available. That would be part of your evidence. Why would you not record that call? I don't understand. I would record that call. You calling me from where? You work for the French government. You say, when you flying on the planes with the Macrons? Yeah, hold on 1 second. And then I would hit record. I would record that call. Then I would make sure I ask questions. Can you send me the transactions that you're looking at? You're saying they're transactions. Which club? Let me Google that right quick. I'll have my team look at this. Like in real time. I will be having my team Google this information in real time. If someone is calling you, telling you this information, we're not rushing off this phone call. No. We got time today. What Tinashe Peter says, we got time today. We got time today. We're going to go through this call and I'm going to ask every little question I can ask. And then you're going to send me information in real time. You're going to email me this stuff in real time. That is the last call you want to be rushed through. And then you get all the evidence you can gather. Proof of payments. Which club? Like, you have to be specific. She's not even doing that. Evidence, Candace. Evidence is the word of the month for you, girl. I'm not going to push the vocabulary lesson too fast with you because I know the bots aren't scanning dictionary.com. Evidence is the word of the month here. You can't make this up. Tavares, we're live there. Sorry about that. When I'm watching this stuff, y'all, I'm having to hit pause and play. I have to toggle between screens so I don't see the comments at the same time. StreamYard, I know. So we're live. IDK, how you doing? Every hand is loose with her. She watched Ratatouille. Are you trying to say Ratatouille? Oh man, it keeps you guessing. Play with your mind, but trust no one. I'm your guru. Yeah, Ratatouille. There we go. I get you. I truly believe Candace is under MK Ultra programming. Yeah, me too. Candace, I can sit here and just say, it's my opinion that you are some sort of operative, designed to distract all Americans from living life. I mean, because you can't make this stuff up. This is insane. Yeah, right. Like, y'all need to take this seriously. This is urgent. What's going on, Caleb? Oh man, shout out to you all. You're rocking it. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Y'all hit that like button. We're gonna get back to it. God. Candace, the word of the month. Evidence, girl. Evidence. Someone needs to look into her husband's membership in the unscrupulous Bullingdon Club. Blackmail and manipulation are ingrained in all members. Is it now? Huh. You know what's so crazy? The the fact that, and I said this, George, you look so, he looks so he's very suspicious. Let me just put it like that. George Farmer is very suspicious. He just is. And the fact that he will be willing to marry someone in 18 days, I find that hard to believe to be some divine intervention. I just, I don't know if they should be putting that on God. God might want to be left out of that. No romance, no nothing, no conversations, no date, no nothing. Even people in the Bible, even when Jacob saw Rachel, he fell in love with her, but he still had to work for her. He had to get to know her for like 14 years before he could marry her. We're talking about Jacob and Rachel in the Bible. That Jacob, the one who gave birth to the 12 tribes of Judah. Like, when he saw Rachel, the Bible says he became enamored with her. He became in love with her. And he still had to work 7 years at a time just to marry her. And he did that for 2 or 3 good cycles. Jacob had to work for at least 14 years to marry Rachel. So when you want to talk about dating and courting here, how do you explain the 18-day turnaround? How? That doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. I don't know if God want to be involved in that. This is so crazy. Yeah. It's like he just said, you know what? I see potential. She saw security. That's what it is. I don't know what else he thought Candace had to offer. I don't know. I don't get it. Now he's sitting here playing, playing in the studio, making these dumb videos. Some alleged assassin that is gonna go under some forensic. Candace, they're gonna be forensic analyzed. They're gonna be analyzed by forensic specialists. You do know that. You do know that recording can land in court as evidence. You're furthering this lie that the Macrons are involved in some assassination plot. Do you realize, Candace, that they can use that video and have it analyzed? And more than likely it's going to come out that it's not even authentic. You know how much trouble that person is going to be in? And you're sitting here acting as if that video is some valid proof when it's not. We want to see paper trail of payments. We didn't need that video. That video is probably going to land in court, though. I think the judge is going to be sitting there laughing as he listens to that video. Why is your husband playing it on the phone? Oh, George, you got to come in, bro. You can't make this out.
But I have more specific information, which is definitively verifiable, should they care to reach out to me. And to the brave official in France who did this because they were so moved by the evil of Charlie's public execution to risk their own life, may God bless you truly, let all be revealed. Now, I got even more specific, right? I said there was a paper trail that Macron allegedly paid $1.5 million. And I am saying allegedly because until I can physically see with my own eyes inside of these accounts and verify.
Then you don't make the accusation until you can present the evidence, girl. You understand they're suing you for defamation, you dingus. You're making it worse. And my code. She's making my code worse. Candace, you don't make these allegations like this until you have evidence. evidence that are not verified by you, perhaps by your attorney. Let them put their career on the line. Let's see that happen. Or the FBI. Or some other investigative, agency or authority. They should be the ones giving some final, confirmation of this. But you don't make this type of allegation that someone is involved, a president of a whole country, that is suing you. Because how ironic is that, right? They are suing you in a U.S. court of law for defaming them. You turn around and accuse them of being involved in an assassination plot and an entire murder, a whole murder of someone that was executed live when the actual killer is sitting in jail. That's the problem. This is why you're being sued. They're going to mollywop her in court.
By the transfer of that payment, it's of course alleged. The amount is alleged.
Doesn't make it any less defamatory, Candace, because she doesn't understand these concepts and her attorneys refuse to tell her to shut up. Where are the 3 attorneys at? To the attorneys, Chad Chandler. What's the other one? Catherine Mowry. I'm just kind of looking at their names on this court docket here. And Blake Robercher. When are you all going to tell your client to shut up? I mean, I'm sure the Macrons and Macron's attorneys don't care if she talks all day because this whole video can be played in court as evidence against her. But when are the 3 of you going to grow a spine and a sack or whatever you all need to grow and tell your own client to shut up? And we'll wait. In the meantime, the Macrons are just having a field day with this because it's going to be more evidence to prove this defamation.
2 assassins were hired, one Israeli, one French Canadian woman. Okay.
But you have that name. No evidence.
And I also said that the money ran through the Elite Gentlemen Club des Santé. Again, I was very specific.
Which club? Nope, you were not. There's a gastronomy and a cyclist. There's 2 of them. And where's that paper trail? Because someone laid eyes on that, right? And told you that this paper trail existed, but they didn't send you screenshots of it. Girl, stop.
And I asserted that the French Foreign Legion, which was a legion in a group that I had never heard about prior to this notification, were involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. Okay, I don't follow military stuff. So me even.
That's why you shouldn't be blaming the military. Because once again, she said the military is involved, the U.S. military, but didn't name a branch of the military. Candace, there are 4. Was it the Army, the Navy, the Marine, or Air Force? Which one was it? Oh, yeah, 5 if you include the Coast Guard. Which branch of U.S. military was involved in the murder of Charlie Kirk? Why are you sitting here playing around with this as if there's not a murder trial in the court of law? Which branch of U.S. military was involved, Candace? You won't even say which branch. That's not being specific. It's just being stupid.
Mentioning specific gendarmerie, you have to assume that I got this information from somebody. No. Now, if you are, in fact, currently at this moment, the first man of France, that would be Brigitte Macron, and you are currently suing a pod.
Candace, do I have to? I guess I got to do this. I'm gonna have to do this right quick. Okay. Well, every time she does that, yeah, we can match that energy, girl, just for fun, because I want to. Candace, let me talk to you for a second. Hold on, y'all. Let me pull up Candace. We got to have a conversation with Candace for a second. All right, Candace, let me explain something to you, girl. Candace, we gotta have a conversation. You gotta say it again. Shout out to Lila for the $6.99 super. I apologize to that rock. Tell the rock I'm so sorry. We did not mean to insult any rocks up in here in the LLC. Because we all know a rock could easily run circles around Candace Owens. Shout out to Lila for the $6.99 super. Oh man, thank you so much. Oh, that's good stuff. Y'all, we got to have a conversation with Candace right quick. Candace. Girl. Candace. Why are you calling Brigitte Macron ET alien with a blonde wig when we can easily just do this all day? Candace, we can do this all day, girl. Where is your evidence, Candace? Where's your evidence? And we're rocking the eagle sweater with boy on it. Okay, cool. Because two can play this game, Candace. Where's your evidence of these payments, the transactions? You got them from somebody, all right. It could have been a demon in hell. I mean, we don't know what voice you're listening to in your head. Even George said he has no idea what he's going to get day by day. George, one day you can come up the stairs and this is where you're facing. Candace wearing a boy sweater looking like Jermaine Stewart. You can easily just crash land into this at some point, okay? Maybe you're okay with it. Maybe you're not. Who knows? But we're just saying, Candace, why do you keep calling Brigitte Macron an ET alien with a blonde wig when we can do this? I don't care how your bots feel about it. Please understand, I don't give a damn how the candy hackers or some bots without brains that won't even scan the dictionary feel about any of this. I just don't give two craps. You can't make this up. You cannot make this up. Y'all tell Candace hello. We like that one song she did. This is crazy. She said, you're doing this. Yeah, okay. We'll keep doing that, Candace. We'll keep at it. Keep at it, girl. We just gonna keep at it. Oh man, Candace is Jermaine Stewart.
Podcaster in America named Candace Owens for defamation for telling the truth, right?
You didn't tell the truth. You have no scientific evidence to prove that she was born a man. That is what you would need. That's why you asked for the blood of the first lady. And I called you out on it because you said it in a video that is going to be used against you in the court of law. Judge Rennie is going to have a field day.
And the story that you are trying to sell to the public is that you are really deep down in your heart, you really believe that you are a woman and Candace is just crazy and desperate for clicks and willing to defame you for money. Then Candace Owens publicly...
Candace Owens is referring to herself in the third person. Is this happening? Candace, you have lost your mind. Is she big mad? Y'all, Candace is big mad. Y'all type big mad in the chat. Type big mad in the comments. Big mad.
Proclaiming and accusing you of something directly implicated in her assassination, a claim which has gone viral. When I say viral, I mean just the tweets alone had over...
Yeah, that's her point. You're doing it for clicks and views, and you're confirming that it's gone viral. Judge Rennie and the jury are going to have a field day with this. You're confirming the accusation, the allegation that you're doing this for clicks and views, while you sit here and say that it has gone viral. Y'all see the wording? That's why we have captions. You're bragging about how it went viral. Candace is big mad.
100,000 retweets and 45 million impressions on X alone, okay? This would be your unique opportunity as the French first man to prove your case about Candace to the public, right? In the court of public opinion. This would be your time to slam dunk.
No, she said, I'm taking it to the court of law, and you can't force her to do it in the court of public opinion because no one cares about the court of public opinion when it comes down to them saying, you're going to have to pay some money for all that defamation. You don't get to dictate that, Candace. You don't get to tell someone they cannot seek legal recourse in the court of law. You don't get to do that. Shout out to Linda Walker.
Remember, the French couple has been so psychotically obsessed with trying to paint me as conflicted in my reporting that they even hired a private investigator to try to see if I was colluding with other state actors. You know, they kind of gloriously insinuated that I might be working with Russia.
They get to do that because they're a whole president of a country. It would happen if you were saying the same thing about the U.S. president, whether you like him or not. The Secret Service probably would do the same thing. Candace, you're saying the president's wife is born a man, which is simultaneously insinuating that the president is gay or with a transgender woman. What is wrong with you? She's crazy and big mad. Big mad.
They paid for that. They paid for that investigation. So using that logic, wouldn't this be the opportunity, if you're the French couple, to come out and to prove your point, to make a stunning and a swift statement, right? We are shocked by the accusation. Of course, never in a million years. Oh, we told you guys, this is just for clicks. It's for money. This is beyond anything we've ever heard. I hope Candace gets well soon. That would be what I would say you should do if I'm advising you from a PR statement standpoint.
No, you're not a PR person either. Candace is mad. Y'all, she is big mad. Oh, this is too good. Candace, everything you say and do can and will be used against you in the court of law in this lawsuit. Why would we want you to stop talking, girl? Just keep running your mouth.
Right, in American basketball terms, this is like a flagrant foul, and you now get some free throws, right? If you're the French couple, you're going to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees, investigative fees, and PR fees in a country on the other side of the Atlantic, trying desperately to paint me as a lunatic, and I give you the opportunity to spike the ball to prove that I'm a lunatic, and you don't do it? No, they didn't do it, did they? If you're paying attention, they did not do it. Of course, they send out the people on Twitter who get to...
No, they did it. They just said it in their complaint that they filed to the court of law. Candace, you're big mad, girl. Big mad. So that's not how it works here on planet Earth. On planet Earth, if you defame someone, they can sue you. You can be held liable for damages, even tort, if you cause them to lose money. They can sue you. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're well within their right. That is not something you get to dictate or control. You can't force them to give you a response either. Their response is going to be heard loud and clear in court when they bring scientific evidence to prove that you lied because you're lying and that she was born a woman. They're going to bring scientific evidence to court and you're scared while you're sitting here being big man.
Come out and say, oh, I think she's crazy. I think she's making it up. They do this. We are always doing this every week. Oh, Trump never called her about Brigitte Macron. She's making that up for attention. Oh, she's lying. Charlie Kirk never changed his mind about Israel. She's making that up for attention. This is what we do every week, right? We're hamsters on a wheel. And so we're back to that again, right? People saying that I made it up. But what did the French couple do? That's what matters. It's now been a full week since I made that announcement. And here is the official response issued by the Elysee Palace. Nothing. I want you to bear in mind that this was front page global news from the United States to Russia. And I publicly challenged the Candace is making everything up crowd to prove it. Press the White House for a response.
No. You are the one bringing forth the allegation. So guess what? You have to do. Meet your burden. That's how that works. Candace, the word of the month is evidence. You need to define the word. Confirm to me that you know how to spell it. And prove that you know how to actually, execute that definition of that term by posting evidence. That's not for the White House to do. They're not studying your ass, girl. Candace think the White House studied her. No, they're not. They don't study you, girl. No. You said you got a call from some high-ranking French government employee. Post evidence of the call. What was the phone number? Start with the call log. You said there were some payments. Post the payments up. Why not call that French government employee back? You or your team, whomever they are, George, maybe the kids, and have them reach out and try to get evidence of those payments. If that person said there are payments, obviously they've seen them, unless they lied to you and they're trolling you. Because this could all be a big troll.
Right? The White House the ball's very firmly in their court. And a week later, this is the official White House response.
They not studying you, girl.
So what are we to make of that, you guys? Did I report it to the White House? Of course I reported it to the White House. Did I report it to the FBI? Of course I reported it to the FBI. Did I report it to our counterterrorism unit? Of course I reported it because I'm telling you there's a paper trail. Common sense. You think I'm just doing that because I'm assuming you could get a felony for making something up out of thin air like that? You can't just...
You will catch a felony, girl. Where's the paper trail? False reports to the federal government, especially when you're alleging that someone is aided in some sort of a criminal activity like a murder, murder, or an assassination plot to murder someone. Yeah, you can't catch a felony. Several. I think of 3 charges off the top of my head right there. And you're sitting here wasting the government's time and resources. You want them to respond to you. You don't want them to respond to you, Candace. I can tell you right now, you won't like it. You know, it might be a eFax that says big mad, and that's it.
Use United States resources to go after somebody in a plot that never existed that you did for clicks on YouTube.
Oh my God.
So what's the issue here? Why is no one coming out and telling you that that's completely baseless, especially the Charlie Kirk assassination? The whole world is invested in that assassination. Wouldn't you want to shut that down? The idea that it was a multinationally planned event. And by the way, is that on its face even plausible? Multiple agencies and multiple countries involved from Egypt to Israel. People are saying that's totally crazy. No, it's the lone shooter who had never been on campus, who climbed the roofs like Spider-Man, happened to know where Charlie would be sitting and hit that shot in 4 seconds. Is it plausible that that's not the truth? Of course it's plausible. Anyone who...
Yeah, you know, because the video evidence that's out here showing that happening, somehow you want us just to believe that it didn't happen here on Earth. You can't make this up. Let's get some comments in. Caleb said, so don't trust the government, but then tell the same government about this alleged assassination plot. Exactly, right? Because, you know, Candace, somehow I can still just believe you with no evidence. I can't call the FBI and say, I think there's an assassination plot from France. You're going to say, okay. So, I mean, what leads you to believe that? Okay, well, I got a call from this high-ranking French government official, or employee, rather. Okay, who's the employee? I can't give out my source. Okay, do you have a phone number or some way we could contact this person? No, well, you know, they call me from some unlisted number. So guess what they're going to do? They're going to call over there to their French counterparts. You know, there's a whole agency in France that also does investigations on a federal level. And they're going to ask them questions as well. They're going to ask them about their employees. They're going to see if a call was made to Candace Owens' phone number, because they're going to ask her, what phone number did they call? Then they'll be able to do some sort of a trace to see if there's a number that called Candace from France and route it back to its source. And then they're going to find out who that person is and then talk to that individual. So if there is an investigation ongoing, guess what the FBI is not going to do? Release any details about it, because it's an open federal investigation. Hey, what's going on, our teams? How you doing? Shout out to my boss. Shout out to the virus. Everyone is making fun of him for that. Man. Eminem said, I would like to know why she thinks she's such a high authority that the FBI owes her a damn thing. It's a criminal investigation. The judge doesn't even know what evidence there is. Exactly. I love arguing with the candy asses. Most say you just have to watch her show to understand. I reply, if your leader is the only one that can explain things, you might be in a cult. Yeah, because they don't understand evidence either. They don't even demand it. Candace, you don't even give evidence to your cult members. You're not even giving a name or a title of this person. What agency and what is their job title or ranking? Give that. I'm not even saying just dox the person. Just give a job title and ranking. That's it. Just start with that. And then post the payments up. Because you say you've seen it. There's a paper trail. How? We don't have to believe what you say, Candace. That's where Candace Owens and the candy asses get it wrong. They act as if we have to believe what she say. We don't have to believe whatever she says. Candace, that's where you're screwing up. The jury is going to know that, and so will the judge. And you're not going to be able to go in there with all this energy right here, all this Jermaine Stewart energy, you're not going to be able to go into court with that level of energy and challenge Judge Rennie to this. Because the first thing Judge Rennie is going to tell you is, you act up in my courtroom if you want to. I will hold you in contempt. Good luck to that. That can involve some jail time. And you don't seem like you're the type of person that wants to go to jail like that. You know, you've been arrested before, and I'm sure you understand how that feels, and you don't want to feel it again. So this is where you are, Candace. No one is forced to believe you, no matter how many bots, how many of your cult members you have out here doing your dirty work, trying to keep this stupid narrative going on all of social media and the internet. No one is obligated to believe you. When you don't produce any evidence, no one is required to believe a damn thing you say. And you're big mad about that. You know, big mad. Big mad. You can't make this up. Hit the like button. I appreciate you all tuning in. Many podcasters are being paid by foreign countries interfering in our political system. Seems like Candace is one of them. She admits she hasn't actually seen the evidence of the payment for her assassination. So what evidence did she provide to the FBI? Exactly. That's the question of the day. You want to send the FBI on this ghost trail, Candace, and you didn't provide them with anything. And like I said, if there is an FBI investigation ongoing, they don't disclose details of that investigation, just like they won't give out evidence of this murder trial with Tyler James Robinson. Because I even pulled up the federal laws on that. There's a federal rules when it comes to releasing evidence. Candace, you've seen my videos, Heifer. You know how that works. They're not going to say anything about an open pending federal investigation. So why don't you follow up with them? You're the one that brought forth the complaint. You know, anything you want the public to know, why don't you post it out? If it were a matter of, I'm working with the FBI, so I can't release any information, don't you all think she would have said that? She would have said that because she knows that's more plausible, right? She would have already said, you know, Lady Luck Club, I know that there's an open federal investigation. I cannot release any evidence because of that. So you're asking me for evidence I can't give you right now. That would be more plausible than her saying this BS and just expecting people to believe her when she won't even speak on matters that can easily be looked up. There are federal laws on evidence being released. So if there was an investigation, don't you think she would just say, I can't release any evidence right now? But she doesn't give us that. She is sitting here like, they're not saying anything. This is crickets. No one owes you any response either, girl. Oh, Jermaine Stewart, you can't make this up. What's going on, Candia? Hey, LLC and Luck fam, what's going on? No reply says, I'm convinced Candace had something to do with the Kirk situation. I've been thinking this for over a month now. This lawsuit is a tax write-off currently, so all the profits she can write off her legal. Isn't there an amount, like a cap on that? Is there a cap? That's an interesting theory right there. Because you can write it, you can put down deductions on legal expenses, but isn't there a cap? I have to look that up. Let me know that. Yeah, that's a good one. I have to look that up. Maybe we'll talk about that tomorrow. Tavares, they are making no sense either. Yeah, Eminem said it's files, and now she's claiming she sent the text message, not an email. How did she send all this documentation in a text message? Did she say? You wait a minute. She said she sent a text message to the FBI. Oh God. How did you report this to the FBI, Candace?
Report it to our counterterrorism unit. Of course, I reported it because I'm telling you there's a paper trail. Common sense. You think I'm just doing that because I'm assuming you could get a felony for making something up out of thin air like that? You can't just use.
You don't have to assume. I can confirm you will get a felony. You definitely will get a felony, girl. Don't act like you've never been arrested for harassment before. Stop it.
United States resources to go after somebody in a plot that never existed that you did for clicks on YouTube. So what's the issue here? Why is no one coming out and telling you that that's completely baseless, especially the Charlie Kirk assassination. The whole world is invested in that assassination. Wouldn't you want to shut that down? The idea that it was a multinationally planned event. And by the way, is
no, there's nothing to shut down when you don't have any evidence to prove that. And the evidence they have on the murder trial, they're not obligated by federal law to release it, Candace. It's like laws go over your head. I understand that might be complicated reading for you at your reading level and comprehension level, but you're going to have to read federal laws on when it comes to evidence, especially for criminal matters. You can't make this up.
Is that on its face even plausible? Multiple agencies and multiple
No, it's
countries
not
involved,
plausible.
from
Doesn't
Egypt
make
to
any
Israel.
sense.
People are saying that's totally
You're making it
crazy.
up.
No, it's the lone shooter who had never been on campus, who climbed the roofs like Spider-Man, happened to know where Charlie would be sitting and hit that shot in 4 seconds.
That we all
Is
saw.
it plausible that that's not the truth? Of course it's plausible. Anyone who knows anything about the French government probably knows that they have an appetite for cruelty and sexual deviancy. Anybody who has made it through the first couple of episodes of Becoming Brigitte knows that the French government.
You're making this stuff up. It's not a matter of a fact. Candace, you shouldn't even want it to be. But, they'll let you continue on for the sake of their lawsuit because that's all you're feeding at this point. It's not even your ego or your cult base. You're boosting their case in court, and we are just here for it, girl.
And has an appetite for cruelty and sexual deviancy. Okay. LOL. The city of romance, really? Romance with who? Exactly. That's one of the broader points of the Becoming Brigitte series. And so I'd like to thank Pavel Durov, the founder of Telegram, for being one of the first people to stick out his neck immediately and to assert what the entire world already knows about France. Here's what he said. He said, after reviewing everything Charlie Kirk has ever said about Macron's France, I find Candace's information about French involvement in his death entirely plausible. Charlie even called for 300% tariffs on France until the charges against me were dropped. And I also would like to shout out Freddie Ponton, who wrote this article.
Just because he called for a tariff doesn't mean that was plausible either. Charlie can sit here. Anybody can sit here and say they want a country to be tariffed all day. That's not their call to make. Does she not understand how tariffs work? Correct me if I'm wrong here. You go out and just say, I want a country to get a bunch of tariffs until they drop some charges. Wouldn't that be extortion? Yeah, that's extortion. You don't get to extort or bribe a country or even force them to accept some offer like that when you don't know how tariffs even work. That's not a decision you get to make, Candace. Even Charlie Kirk. I mean, he didn't get to make that call either. He didn't get to just say or demand that a country gets a tariff. You got to go through the legislative branch of government and the executive branch of government. What the? You don't just say, oh, I just want this country to be tariffed until they drop some charges. What do you mean? Girl, no. No. Even when the president says he wants a country to get an increase of tariffs, legislative branch is like, are you kidding? Hell no. And they don't like it when he tries to do it as an executive order. No.
Points of the Becoming Brigitte series. And so I'd like to thank Pavel Durov, the founder of Telegram, for being one of the first people to stick out his neck immediately and to assert what the entire world already knows about France. Here's what he said. He said, after reviewing everything Charlie Kirk has ever said about Macron's France, I find Candace's information about French involvement in his death entirely plausible. Charlie even called for 300% tariffs on France until the charges against me.
He called for 300% tariffs on France, as if he represents the executive or legislative branches of government. Like he could pass that. Candace, that's not how that works. And you dumbass, candy-ass cult members don't know it either. You can't make this up. Where are these bots coming from? These bots, boy, they working overtime for that Christmas bonus, y'all. The candy-ass cult members are here. They're in the chat. And they're working overtime for that Christmas bonus. You can't make this up. Oh my God. You can't make this up. If you don't understand the definition of the word tariff, don't sit here and tell me what's good or bad. I'm saying Charlie Kirk or any other regular civilian, any other regular citizen doesn't get to sit here and say they want a tariff against a country. I didn't say if it was good or bad, you idiot. I said that's not his call to make. It's not. I don't get to sit here and just demand a tariff against a country. That's not how it makes. That's how it works. That's not how it works. Look at this idiot. I didn't say if it was tariff was good or bad. I said Charlie Kirk or no one else gets to make that decision or make that call about a country getting a 300% tariff increase. He doesn't get to do that. No one gets to do that. And I'm not knocking Charlie. I'm just stating a fact. I don't get to sit here and say, I want the country of Italy to get a 300% tariff because, I don't like how the country's name is spelled. Like, I don't get to sit here and make that demand. I just don't. And my ignorant tone. Define tariff and look up the process on how tariffs are implemented. You don't have a standard individual that just says, I want a country to get a tariff. And the legislative branch and the executive branch of governments are like, oh, okay, cool. No. You kidding me? No, that's not how it works. I mean, y'all see this here? Did Charlie Kirk, like this Pavel Durov person said, Charlie even called for 300% tariffs on France until the charges against me were dropped. He could call for it all day. You could call for this all day. But it's not something that the government is obligated to implement against another country. That's not how the implementation of tariffs work. I don't expect the Candaces to understand because they're not smart enough to even keep up with this actual post, nor are they reading it. But whatever. Oh, God. I don't need to state facts about a tariffs. No one gets to just say, I want a country to get 300% tariff. That is for a legislative and executive branch of government to decide, not an individual citizen. You moron. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. You go Google the word tariff. I'm sure you can do a scan for it. Bots are working overtime for Christmas. Y'all, let's get back to it because this is crazy.
Were dropped. And I also would like to shout out Freddie Ponton, who wrote this article reminding people, and when I say reminding, I mean teaching people, if you're me, because I didn't know this, that exactly this satellite of countries, France, Israel, the French Legion, United States, Egypt, were quite literally involved in exactly this sort of operation.
You said quite literally. Candace, you need evidence for that. Literally. You literally need evidence to prove that. You're saying countries are involved in a criminal activity, a murder. Yeah, we all saw publicly. It's like she won't let Erica Kirk get a moment's peace at all. And the thing is, she claims that Erica Kirk and George Farmer are the only two people that can tell her to shut up. But she wouldn't listen if Erica Kirk were to say, can you just shut up about my deceased husband, girl? You all think she would really listen to Erica Kirk? At this point, do you really think she would listen to Erica Kirk? Candace would take that opportunity to turn around and attack the poor girl. If Erica Kirk were to come out and say, please stop talking about my deceased husband. This is my husband, not yours. I have 2 kids. I don't need them listening or even having your videos be a part of their reality as they get older. Can you shut up? It's hard enough. Shut up about my deceased husband, about Turning Point USA, to which she's the CEO of. Just shut up. You think Candace Owens would really shut up? You think that? Brian, let me explain something to you. Just for shits and giggles, in case you didn't know this. I also have the right to not read your dumb comments, because that's how rights work. So you think you have the right to free speech. I have the right to not read this nonsense either. See that? You don't get to infringe upon my right. I'm not going to infringe upon your right. So you can say whatever you want to say. You just won't be saying it here. You understand how that works? Bye. Because I have the right to not read the dumb shit. Yeah, it's okay. I booted him out because I'm exercising my right to not read crap. I don't want my lucksters to get tainted. Can't make this up. Most people here are either not a lefty or we're just not a political. I'm not political at all. I have a lot of conservative supporters here. So for that person to say, "Oh, you're a lefty because you don't agree with them," it goes to show how these dumb bots don't even try to just feel the room before you start posting up comments. Feel the room. Get a feel of the room. They don't even try to read. Feel the room. This is not about a political anything. I literally said no one gets to sit here and just call for a tariff against a country like this. You're not a member of legislation. You're not a member of the executive branch. You're not the president. You don't get to make that call. I don't care who you are. That's a point of fact. Back to Candace. If she was told by Erica Kirk to shut up, put a 1 in the chat if you think Candace will listen and shut up. Put a 2 in the chat if you feel that Candace would not listen and would ignore it. Put a 3 in the chat if you're saying, Lady Luck Club, why are you asking us this dumbass question? 1 in the chat if she will listen. 2 in the chat if she would ignore it. 3 in the chat if you're like, Lady Luck Club, that's just a dumbass question. You already know the answer. I can always rely on Tavares for the 3. Yeah, I'm a good sport at this, okay? 1 in the chat if it's yes, I'm gonna listen, I'm gonna shut up. 2 in the chat if it's a no. 3 in the chat if you're like, Lady Luck, what the hell? You can't make this up. Candace will be shut up. Candace will not listen up. You can't. Erica and Candace take their script from Jesuits allegedly. Child, Candace listening to some voice in her head. And she thinks she is so right. Candace, keep talking, girl. That lawsuit hearing is going to be on level 1000. Day 1. Okay. I will be listening in to every single hearing related to that defamation lawsuit. Candace, I promise you, I will be listening in. So if you don't want me to be listening into those hearings, you might want to think about some sort of a settlement agreement from mediation. It wouldn't be as fun, but you wouldn't have to worry about a lot of that stuff becoming public. Because otherwise, those hearings are going to be available to the public. They're not going to be shut off from the public. It's a civil procedure. So you're effed up, girl. She's so screwed. Oh, man. All right, y'all. Let's get back to it. Candace would not listen to Erica Kirk. I think we're all kind of, in agreement on that. So, yeah, no, keep talking, Candace. And he just uses his
declaration, which further reaching global implications involving the Safari Club in Egypt. Now, if you haven't heard of that, this was the article that he wrote, passed as prologue. Safari Club illuminates Candace Owens' allegations. I had never heard of this. I really hadn't. Okay. Because I feel like I'm Alice in Wonderland. A few years ago, I kind of believed everything the government said. I thought there were good guys. And after the Charlie Kirk assassination, I'm going, oh, wait, no, nobody is a good guy. These are like gangs that are running the world, obviously, gangs that have gone mainstream, and democracy and the idea of a republic is just an illusion. Well, anyways, in that article, I'm not going to read a paragraph from it, but he said, when Candace Owens claimed on X that a high-ranking...
Yeah, in a democracy where she actually wants people to believe that no one should be going to a court of law to get justice. Like you don't have the right to due process and to seek legal recourse. She wants everything to be done in a court of public opinion. That's not how it works. Candace, no one owes you that, girl. Big mad. Big mad.
French government insider warned her of an imminent plot to have her assassinated, alleging that President Emmanuel Macron and his wife Brigitte had authorized and financed the operation, assigning it to a small national gendarmerie intervention group team that included an Israeli operative.
Candace, all you're doing is reading your post again. That's all they did. All they did was report it on your post. You're not giving us any new information.
She also suggested that Charlie Kirk's assassin trained with the French Legion with multi-state involvement. The claim sounded like it belonged to the realm of conspiracy thrillers, and yet, as the allegation ricocheted across social media, something unusual happened. People did not instinctively laugh it off. Some dismissed it, yes, but many hesitated, paused, or quietly admitted that given the right circumstances, given the right network of covert actors, such a plot didn't feel entirely impossible. That hesitation doesn't come from trust in Owens. It comes from history. And sure enough, and I'm just pulling.
Oh, from history of what history? Did they name a historical event? Yeah, I'm waiting on that historical event. Her proof is her own belief. Please stop what's going on. Yeah, you can't make this up. Shout out to No Reply for this. She has a huge screen in front of her, and when she moves her head, it's allowing her to look like she's not reading because you can't track her eyes with the words. It's the news anchor tactic. Exactly. Candace, everything is scripted here. It's scripted. Shout out to Francisca. How you doing? Huh? Wasn't that debunked by that Tyler trained with the French Legion? Yeah. I'm still waiting on a historical event. The specific historical event. Candace, what historical event is this related to? Her proof is reading the opinion of somebody else. And the opinion article based off of her tweet. So it's like her reading her own tweet again. That some article just republished, they disseminated. You know, Candace, that's another word you might want to look up the definition of. Disseminated. I don't think you understand that because, see, you're bad at journalism, girl. You are bad at journalism. She might as well just be a gossip blogger, like a gossip blogger, just gossip about stuff. She looks like she's in a church. She's reading everything now. Yeah, exactly. None of this stuff at the top of the head. Now, Linda Walker says, isn't it interesting that Andrew Tate lives in Romania where a lot of computer scamming, hacking, criminal activity takes place? Can't think of a better friend to help fake emails and stuff. Oh, yeah. Just like those text messages with no date and time stamps, Candace. And you had someone to look up Chat GPT to research the premise of how iPhones are programmed to confirm that the text messages you were showing were not even authentic or legitimate. And how many times has she talked about that? Once. And then her defense was, well, he could have just asked me to show the text. I would have just shown him the text. No. We got a whole background on how iPhone programs their text messages and how the text messages she was posting up looked nothing like how the phones were programmed to send an authentic general text message. A lot of things were out of place. So she gets called out on faking these text messages, and she only says something about that one time. And if you notice, Candace, she's going to harp on something over and over again if she wants you to truly believe it. The reason why she can't do that about those fake text messages she created is because now you have legitimate information down to how these phones are programmed and developed to prove that those text messages she was showing were fake. They were fake. I'm sitting here even asking about date and timestamps. You can't make this up. Missing everything. It's a good point. Shout out to Linda Walker. Kermit the Frog, he's not who you think he is. Google Kermit was the best I ever had in search images. You will see the truth for yourself. I'm just trying to spread the message of love and joy. Oh, man, come on. You going on Kermit? I was just watching the Muppets Christmas Carol the other day. Don't ruin my childhood. You can't make this up. Honey, I'm not going to be envious of someone being sued by a whole president. She's about to lose millions. That's nothing to be jealous of. It's silly stuff. They copy and paste the same comments, so y'all know the candy asses and the bots are here. Okay? They're working overtime to get that Christmas bonus because they are. we all know they're here. Oh, to the candy asses and the bots.
The Wikipedia page here. You should go read that article in its entirety. But the Safari Club, man, covert alliance of Intelligence Services formed in 1976 that ran operations around Africa. When the United States Congress had limited the power of the CIA after years of abuses, they decided to kind of go overseas and handle business. They had members in pre-revolutionary Iran, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Morocco, and France. Israel's involved, Rhodesia, South Africa. I mean, it tells you there that the processes then results in the 19...
She just Googled Safari Club. Candace, you did no real research on this. We're waiting for a specific historical event that is similar to the French being involved in someone's assassination and an assassination plot of you. They said based on history, right? Where's the historical context?
79, Egypt, Israel, peace treaty. Peace. Okay,
Oh,
cool.
God.
Like I said, read more about that.
No.
Now, in terms of formal
No.
replies that we received from government structures, the only department that we did hear back, well, first let me say, I did not at all hear back from the FBI on the American side. I did hear back from the counterterrorism unit. I did hear back from the White House confirming.
What did they say, Candace? You heard back from the terrorism unit. She did hear back from the White House confirming. What did the counterterrorism say?
That message had been delivered on Trump's desk. Me saying that I had the information. I guess he didn't want to inquire further, which is interesting.
Trump is not an investigator, girl. The White House is not an investigation agency. Investigations are not conducted by our executive branch of government. It's done by our judicial branch. You know, whether the Department of Justice falls under the DHS, CIA. They're not, even the Secret Service falls under the judicial branch of government. What is she thinking? No, she's not thinking. Never mind. All right.
But the FBI left me on red. And I will say, I didn't go through an
you.
official channel and send an email, and I should do that. But I did send a text message to somebody very high up.
I know. God, are you seeing this? What a candy ass is that? Why do you all tell Candace to send an official email or file a formal complaint? Candace, you sent them a text message? Who's this very high up person again? If it's Kash Patel, he is not studying you at all. She wants a response, so she didn't file a formal complaint. Candace, what do you want them to say when you didn't even file the complaint to the agency itself? You sent it to one individual. And then you called the White House, they put it on Trump's desk, and you want Trump to do what? He's not an investigator. He's the president. What are you expecting him to do? He's gonna be like, why are you telling me this? This is priceless. Candace, this is priceless. Y'all, the best way to get someone to not give a damn is to not tell them. You can't make this up. She just made this up. Exactly, Laura. Not even MTG can interest Trump. Exactly. You Trump mad at everybody. What in the world? MM said, I highly doubt someone is telling her that they personally delivered her concerns to Donald Trump's desk because he's got a lot more to worry about than Candace Owens. She thinks highly of herself. She does. She didn't even file a formal complaint. Candace, this is the epitome of stupidity, girl. You didn't even file a formal complaint. You sent a text message. Then you put a text message on Trump's desk. Oh, this is just too good. Oh, what the hell? She never even filed a complaint. She's mad. She big mad. The president ignoring her. Stop you ridiculous fool, candy ass. Exactly. Y'all, the trolls are working overtime. It's Christmas time. They need their bonus money. Probably they can do anything. You can't do this up. Oh my God. She's not so full of shit. Candace, we're laughing at you, girl. The world is laughing at you. The entire planet, except your candy asses and the bots. The bots might be laughing because they're just doing this to get paid, because Christmas time is coming up. But the rest of the planet is laughing at you, girl. You didn't even file a formal complaint to the FBI. You know why she didn't? Because she knows it would be a felony for her to file a false complaint knowingly and intentionally. She has no evidence. She's trying to pressure them through the court of public opinion, but she knows that she cannot go through the legal process of it because she knows she has no evidence. Candace, you don't think that they will look at this audio we played earlier and do an analysis on that? France is definitely going to have it done because you're accusing them of being involved in some assassination plot, and a whole assassination, by the way, a whole murder. You're digging a hole for yourself, you moron. You can't make me up. Yes, I'm calling her names. Absolutely. I'm calling her exactly what she acts like. She's got 4 kids. It's like, you know what? Forget the kids. I'm just going to make it up as I go. Not even thinking about them. She knows she can't file a federal complaint because she knows it would be fraudulent. It won't have any evidence to prove. It's a whole story she's concocted. You sent a text message to an agent. Yeah, way to go to show everybody that you're serious about your life being on the line. I'm going to just text this guy that works for the FBI. I'm not going to file a formal complaint or anything. I'm just going to send a text message. Yeah, that's the way to go. That's the way to go to show someone you're serious. Let me just text them. It's got to be, somebody said it, Smollett. Jussie Smollett. Candace is the new Jussie Smollett. You can't make this up. She's pissed. I know, Jen. She's pissed because she cried wolf so many times that nobody believes her anymore. She didn't even file a formal complaint to the FBI. Candace, you could have went on the website and actually filed a complaint online. And then you would have had a paper trail. And then you would have gotten a reference number. And when you file an FBI complaint, they review your initial complaint. They review the allegations and your supporting documentation to determine if it even gets approved for further investigation. So they don't just automatically go to investigating. They look at what you have, what you've presented, what you've alleged, and then they determine whether or not it's even viable to go to the next phase of having a full-blown investigation launched, because it costs time, money, and resources to do that. Things that she's already said, she tells on herself while she's trying to make it seem like she's not telling on herself, but she already knows that. That's why she said it could be a possible felony, because she knows it could be. That's why she hasn't filed a formal complaint, because she knows that it would be a felony to willfully, intentionally, and knowingly file a false complaint to the federal government. They will charge her ass. This is crazy. Y'all, Candace will never shut up. She will never shut up. And guess what? Candace, the Macrons don't care if you shut up. They're just going to use all these videos against you in court. You're going to have a jury trial, girl. And Judge Rennie is just going to be sitting back like, I can't believe this girl is this stupid. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. Oh, this is good. This is too good. She didn't even file a formal complaint. Stop it, I say.
About that. Now, in terms of formal replies that we received from government structures, the only department that we did hear back, well, first let me say, I did not at all hear back from the FBI on the American side.
Anything,
I did hear back from the counterterrorism unit.
She didn't hear back from the FBI because she filed nothing to them.
I did hear back from the White House confirming that that message had been delivered on Trump's desk, me saying that I had the information. I guess he didn't want to inquire further, which is
because he's not an investigator. He's the president.
Interesting. But the FBI left me on red. And I will say I didn't go through an official channel and send an email, and I should do that.
I gotta snip this. Candace, this is gonna be a thumbnail, girl. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, the Macrons are laughing all the way to the bank. Oh, dear Lord. I thought this episode was going to suck. No. Oh, this is too good. Oh, this is too good. I didn't go through an official channel and send an email, and I should do that. Candace, girl. Oh my God. I'm gonna lose my voice by tomorrow. I'm gonna be so hoarse. You can't make this up. Candace, this is epic hearing you say this and then seeing the words down there. You didn't even file
left me on red. And I will say, I didn't go through an official channel and send an email, and I should do that. But I did send a text message to somebody very high up who received the text message. No response. Now, I thought that the claim of the French Foreign Legion being involved in Charlie's assassination, I thought the FBI might be interested. No.
Because you have no evidence. Oh, God.
Phone calls even from Utah's FBI branch have come into me either. Wouldn't you want to see? Aren't we supposed to be investigating the Charlie Kirk assassination? It was totally not a state operation, and they really want to get to the truth, which explains why nobody called. No, Utah, not interested. I'm actually surprised Tyler Robinson's lawyer hasn't reached out to me. What's going on here?
Why would he? They believe in due process. They're not taking that nonsense to court. You're going to taint the jury, you goon. Candace, I call you a goon with love. You're a goon. You're going to taint the jury. They're not trying to hear that nonsense. They have to focus on the finding of fact, evidence, and based upon laws. That's how they're going to defend their client. Fact, evidence, and laws. Case law. Court rulings, precedents, the videos, the evidence, his confession, because he confessed. They're not going on your pipeline theories. They don't owe you a phone call. Once again, no one owes Candace a call. No one owes Candace an interview. No one owes Candace the benefit of the doubt to have something tried in the court of public opinion when she's buying bots left and right, when she has a whole cult following. No one owes you this, Candace. You're being sued by the Macrones. Of course, you have an incentive to accuse them of trying to assassinate you because you don't want to be sued by them. You're so afraid of a lawsuit. You won't just go through the legal channels the proper way. You can't even muster up filing a complaint with the FBI formally. You sent a text message to some high-ranking person you won't name. If it was Kosh Patel, he deleted that BS. You know this for what? To think that it's supposed to get you more attention for an interview or something? Is that what you want? You're asking for an interview from Tyler James Robinson's attorneys? They said, no, thank you, girl. They don't owe you that. They're attorneys. They don't have time for your nonsense. They got to get ready for a murder trial. You're sitting here expecting them to call you about this because you want to throw the case. They don't want to be a part of that because then what? They know their client confessed. You can't make this up. You want bar licensed attorneys to call you where you have zero evidence to prove anything you're saying. Girl, bye, Felicia.
No, we've got to protect the Patsy, right? We've got to protect the Patsy in this situation. Regarding the only official that we did receive any sort of a public response from, it reads to me like a confession. Let me know if you agree. So I pointed out that interestingly enough, after I began researching the French Legion, I very quickly stumbled upon the fact that they were also involved in a joint operation with American troops in the exact weeks leading up to Charlie's assassination. More specifically, according to the French Foreign Legion website, between August 2nd and August 25th of this year, the Legionnaires from the 4th Company, 2nd Foreign Infantry Regiment, the 6th Light Armored Brigade, were integrated with U.S. Marines of the 6th Marine Regiment.
Yeah, let's not pretend like the U.S. and French militaries don't do training things together. They don't have training camps and stuff, because They've been fighting by our side for centuries. You know, the French aided in the American Revolutionary War, Candace. That is an actual historical event, by the way. Someone has not seen Hamilton. Okay. Like Candace, you need to watch Hamilton. You probably won't, but you should watch Hamilton. It's a great stage play. It's got some historical facts in that. Or you can just watch a documentary about it or read a book. But, you know, the French aided in the American Revolutionary War. So I don't get why you think that somehow the U.S. and French militaries are not going to somehow train with each other. You know, we do that. We have training exercises with our allies. You understand we do that as a country. Because she doesn't understand how militaries work. She already said this. She already said, I don't really understand militaries and stuff. Let me go back. Because, you know, you can't make this stuff up. She said, I don't, hold on. Because she already said, I don't understand. I don't know much about militaries, operations, or anything like that. She already said that. So, of course, she wouldn't know that allies of countries could very well have their militaries train together. Of course, she wouldn't know that. I got to get the timestamp because I'm going to go back to it. I'm going to pull it up. When you don't understand how military's operations work, you're going to say dumb things like that. And then you're pulling up this information, Candace, like you're coming across something so new and fascinating. That's not new. That's not new at all. That's something that's been happening for centuries. You kidding me? We also offer aid to other countries for their militaries too. Did she not know that? I'm gonna go back to it. If y'all can, one of y'all can get me a timestamp. Oh, here it is. Here it is. I just saw it. Oh dear Lord, I just saw it. Because now we got time for this. There it goes. Okay, I don't know. I don't follow military stuff. Y'all see that there? Yeah, she said this. I don't follow military stuff.
Which was a Legion in a group that I had never heard about prior to this notification, were involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. Okay, I don't follow military stuff.
So you don't follow military stuff. So you don't understand that sometimes you can have countries that are allies have their militaries train with each other. They have exercises together. They do training camps together. Y'all see this here? She said it. I don't follow military stuff. Military train together the same way allies have military bases in other countries. Exactly. Don't forget the bees. Yeah, the communistic bees, boy, they are buzzing. Y'all see it right there? Y'all see it right there? Yeah, yes, please time out the hateful racist nonsense because the bots and the candy ass cult members are just working overtime right now for nothing. You know, the bots may be getting paid, but the cult members have nothing to gain out of this. So whatever. Yeah, block them. Y'all see this here? She said, I don't follow military stuff. I don't follow military stuff. So if you don't follow military stuff, Candace, then why should anyone trust anything you're saying about military stuff? You don't understand it.
So me even mentioning
it's right here. It's right here. She said it out of her own mouth. You can't make this up. This is insane. Oh, Lord have mercy. So let me go back. Let's just go back to what we picked up at. Because she don't follow military stuff. I think I was a little bit further. I'm going to start right here.
Foreign Legion. If he did not serve Marines for 3 weeks, and when those 3 weeks ended in California,
oh dear Lord,
this year, the Legionnaires from the 4th Company, 2nd Foreign Infantry Regiment, the 6th Light Armored Brigade were integrated with U.S. Marines of the 6th Marine Regiment for a 3-week training deployment. Okay, that took place in California. Okay, and then once that training ended, I said this online, another camp began immediately. It was a joint exercise with civilians, which included military men from the Minot Air Force Base. And that joint exercise took place in Minnesota at Camp Ripley. And that ran just for a couple of days until August 27th. And that was known as Operation Valhalla. Okay. Random 3-day exercise with civilians. And I was wondering if the French Legionnaires that were in California maybe jumped right into activities going on with these civilians at Camp Ripley. But I typoed on X and I wrote Camp Riley. Okay. So I wrote, it's not a coincidence that the
Camp Ripley, Camp Riley. Is that a typo? Candace, you said you don't follow military stuff. Why not just blame it on that? Blame it on the ignorance that you have of military stuff. You see why you're bad at this, girl?
French Legionnaires were in the United States training with our Marines for 3 weeks. And when those 3 weeks ended in California, another military training exercise began alongside civilians at Camp Riley in Minnesota. Should have said Ripley. Now, you will recall, for those of you who are following the Becoming Brigitte series, that the preferred Macron response is to never address the substance of the claims, but to instead focus on minor details that somebody may get wrong. That's how they've gone after every journalist who has covered the fact that Brigitte Macron was born a male, right? Oopsie.
No one covered that because it's not true. You're the only one lying about that. And the 2 French journalists that did got sued. Not murdered, sued. They were sued, Candace. There's still an open appeal pending in court. They were sued. So you're sitting here, you know, and here's the thing. It's the fact that you have 5.6 million cult members and brain dead bots willing to believe everything you say. It's the effect that your platform has. You made yourself a target. You wanted to be a public figure. Here you go. Nothing to be envious of when someone is being sued by a whole president. Why would anyone in their right frame of mind, to the bots, want to actually be envious of that? No one would be envious of losing millions of dollars. That is stupid. You can't make this stuff up. I swear the bots get dumber. They don't even try to just scan, you know, for information and not come up with comments that make no sense. But she's the only one saying this. No one would stand for. Why would we care about what's going on in France? Why would we care if any president married a transgender woman? Why? I mean, that's a separate concept from the age gap thing, which solely focused on the provable false statement of Brigitte Macron being born a man. That's it. That's what their primary gripe is. They're not even denying that they met when he was young. But you still have to prove that they started some sort of romantic relationship at these ages that you're saying they did. All of these things is why they're going to court against her. And she's not smart enough to figure that out. And she keeps listening to her bots and her cult members who just ricochet what she says, as opposed to understanding probably what her 3 attorneys have been trying to tell her. Everything you say and do, Candace, will be used against you in the court of law.
You messed up on this one detail, and now we're going to sue you for defamation. Yep. But not, of course, the substance, which is like, hey, you lived as a man for a very long time, and the military.
You haven't proven that either.
Won't release your file, and we don't know what you were doing in the military.
And they don't have to. Why do you care about what the hell the First Lady of France is doing? Nope. They don't owe you that.
As Jean-Michel Trogneau. So me making a spelling error.
It wouldn't exist if she was never Jean-Michel Trogneau. So no, there's nothing to release. Because you're lying. What are you talking about?
Was the perfect way for them to attack the broader story, right? The larger story here being, hey, the French Legionnaires might have been on the ground during Charlie Kirk's assassination. So what happened is the minister of the Armed Forces issued the following statement in France. And I'm going to quote this for you. Quote, Tyler Robinson was never part of the French Foreign Legion. If he did not serve in an American military unit, he could not have trained with the French Foreign Legion. End quote.
Exactly.
Well, it's quite a way to dance around things. And Charlie Kirk says, I see what you did there. You just missed the fact that we don't think Tyler Robinson did. So you just are issuing a statement. This is bogus. Tyler Robinson never trained in the French Foreign Legion. Do you mind answering yes or no if anybody who trained with the French Foreign Legion was on the ground on September 10th at Utah Valley University? And we are asking that explicit question because one of the strangest things is that the UVU students who attended said that they felt like they didn't recognize anybody that was there. It was weird. It was very strange that they add.
Yeah, it's so very strange that thousands of people who do not attend the school would attend an event of a public figure like Charlie Kirk at the campus. Would it make a difference if the event was hosted anywhere else? No. He could have hosted that event at his church. Thousands of people that the church people don't recognize would have shown up there. Because you don't know everybody on earth. You don't know who all supports Charlie Kirk or supported him. So it's not an odd thing to say that just because you're attending a school, you may not see everybody that attends the school either. You got freshmen, sophomore, juniors, and seniors, 4 levels at this school. You might have a freshman there that might not ever see every single student on campus. But it doesn't mean that thousands of kids don't attend the school either. So for some of these schools, the students to say, we don't recognize everybody that was on campus, that's called common sense. You have people who didn't attend the campus attend the event because they simply supported Charlie Kirk. They didn't all have to be college students to attend the event because Charlie Kirk did not ticket anybody, remember? He didn't force anybody to get tickets or go through some sort of check-in ticketing system. There's no way to know who's attending. So you're talking about an open free-for-all event. Of course the students there are going to say, well, we didn't recognize everybody there. Of course they're going to say that. It would have been said if the event was at a church. It would have been said if the event was at some sort of mega dome center. The same thing would have been said. We don't recognize everybody here. Do you think Charlie Kirk's fans all recognize each other? He has international followers. He could have very well had an event where people flew in to support him. Turning Point was international. They had a UK division, Candace. Remember that? You know, that division where your husband was a chairman. And for some reason, he just kind of abruptly quit. You know, can we ask questions about that? Why did George Farmer stop working for Turning Point UK in 2019? Anybody know that? I mean, it's why? Why did that happen? That's suspicious to me. Your husband looks really sinister. George Farmer, you are a very sinister, suspicious looking man. You're a weird little man. Either way, it's not uncommon. I go to church and I don't recognize everybody at church all the time. So that's common sense. It's to be expected. Oh no, people showed up for this event that weren't college students, as if college students would recognize each other on an everyday basis as well. They wouldn't be able to. There are thousands of kids on that campus. So they would never ever recognize every student. They wouldn't recognize any other fellow student like that on an arbitrary basis. That's crazy. It's like saying I recognize every student that hits this campus. No, you wouldn't. It's so ridiculous. Right, George is strange. Yes, he's a strange little man. George Farmer, you're a very strange, sinister little man. I just want you to know that. This is crazy. This is how far gone Candace is. For her to make outlandish statements like that. Some of the college students said they didn't recognize everybody. Naturally. They had someone with an event there. Charlie Kirk did not attend the school himself. And he's a public figure. He's an international public figure. He's going to bring a crowd. He would have brought a crowd wherever he went. And he had people supporting him all over the world. So, of course, they wouldn't recognize everybody there at the campus. Duh. Candace, you're not saying anything profound, girl.
Advertised for this event really late in the day. And then suddenly we see a bunch of adults and people that they don't recognize at this event. And then afterwards, the national media moves to, it looks like they're almost trying not to interview any UVU students, right? They're interviewing everybody around. You got all these adults who were there, but mysteriously, the UVU students who
UVU students posted up videos. You know, remember some of those photos and videos, Candace, you were using to dox these kids? One of them refused to give you an interview. So you just put his picture up. And then you was talking about how you wanted the other kid in a photo identified. These are college kids. You know, remember that student wearing the green hoodie and played on the soccer team? You thought he was strange because he was wearing a green hoodie? He was so scared, he felt like he had to respond. He didn't owe you that, Candace. No one owes you a damn thing, girl. Not one thing.
Who had some interesting tidbits about what was weird that day just don't flood into the mainstream like we expected them to. Can you answer that question? Yes or no? That seems tricky when it comes to the French government. Yes or no questions are not their thing. Elsewhere in the article, and this is France 24 that reported this, it tells us that, quote, the Ministry of the Armed Forces confirms a training exercise by the 2nd Foreign Infantry Regiment, a unit of the French Foreign Legion, did indeed take place in California from August 2nd to the 25th, as reported by Candace Owens. However, the exercise announced on the ministry's website and the regiment's Facebook page was not a clandestine operation. The Ministry of the Armed Forces formally denies that another Foreign Legion training exercise took place at a supposed Camp Riley in Minnesota after the conclusion of the California exercise, and for good reason, because no Camp Riley exists in Minnesota. As Andy Parrish, the former chief of staff to the Republican state representative, pointed out on X. Oh, there is, however, a Camp Ripley, they go on, but this inaccuracy speaks volumes about the credibility of Candace Owens' alleged source. So that's how they're debunking it. A typo. I put Riley, not Ripley, and they can now confirm that the French Legion did not take part in any exercise at Camp Riley because it doesn't exist, and Candace Owens is stupid, and so now you should just assume that everything else source said is debunked. This is what you call a non-debunking debunk, a Snopes level debunking over a typo.
What you call it?
And I guess my other allegations should not be answered or even explored. Now, I should mention also that after that civilian military exercise ended at Camp Ripley on the 27th, another joint military operation began from August 29th through to September 10th, the day that Charlie was shot. And that was known as Operation Bright Star. And that took place in Cairo, Egypt. Now, it is a biennial joint military operation. It's co-hosted by the United States and Egypt to enhance regional security and to strengthen military.
Candace, the fact that you're saying it's a joint military operation is proof that this is not a foreign concept, but countries to come together that are allies to do training exercises within their militaries. It's not a foreign concept. Do you all believe that she just had a typo from Riley to Ripley? Or is it, do you believe that it was, in my theory, how I feel is that she doesn't understand how military stuff works. So she simply just did not know the correct base. You think it was just a typo? Put a 1 in the chat. Or do you believe that it was just her ignorance of it all because she doesn't know how this military stuff works? Put a 2 in the chat. 1 in the chat if you think it was a typo. 2 in the chat is no, Candace just didn't do her research and she honestly doesn't know how this military stuff works, as she admitted. I'm just saying. 1 in the chat. I believe it was a typo, Lady Luck. I think close enough to be a typo. 2 in the chat. Nah, Candace didn't do her homework. And who the hell is her research team? Who is the research team? Candace, who is your research? They're your research team, girl. They are piss poor. If it's any of these candy ass cult members or these bots, girl, you have failed. You can't make this up. Ain't no coming back from that. Laura said 10. She's not even trying. Shout out to my mods. Laura said 10. She's not even trying. So if she's made a mistake, put a 1 in the chat if you think that's just a typo. Riley Ripley is close enough. missing the P. She knew the camp. She knew the military unit, but she just missed the P. 2 in the chat. This girl just didn't know what the hell she was talking about. She's already admitted she does not understand this military stuff. She's already admitted that. Oh man, you can't make this up. You cannot make this up. Could be a typo. I tried Ripley and it changed to Riley, but it doesn't matter. She didn't read the whole entire the whole email. I get you. See, no reply said could have been a typo. Missing a P, maybe not. If you believe that it was just it's just the ignorance and the buffoonery of it all. Put a 2 in the chat. 1 in the chat if it was just a typo. She left out the letter P. Candace, you got some people trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. You've already admitted you don't understand this military stuff. Like, she doesn't know how joint operations work. She didn't know that was a thing, apparently. And somehow, people are supposed to recognize French Legionnaires in a crowd for a university campus event. Like, college kids are supposed to know what that looks like. Oh, dear Lord. You can't make this up. This is so crazy. This girl is big mad because no one is responding to her.
Partnerships. I just don't love the timing of all of these things. I just don't love France and Egypt and the United States together for the whole month leading up to the assassination of Charlie Kirk. So I'm going to speculate until we get some answers, some straight yes or no.
How about this? You post up evidence of the transactions from Club Descente. The one with the gastronomy, because that's what you're insinuating with the Club of 100. Post up those transactions. Call that person back, that French high-ranking government employee back, and tell them to send you some evidence, because Lady Luck Club will not stop getting on my nerve. Candace, this is why we're going to be listening on those court hearings, girl. This is why.
Answers from the White House, from the Élysée Palace, or from the French security forces. Now, as it pertains to the French Legion, something else that's kind of interesting is that they basically gutted and replaced about half of their leadership in mid-August. Check out this article published on August 20th. In 2025, a change of command took place across 6 regiments. Now, we researched, and look, I'm not a military buff. We found that they have 12 regiments that are known of, and you're telling me that they gutted leadership of 6. They put in 6 new commanders. Again, I just don't love the timing of all of this.
Don't we have change in leadership that happens? I mean, we have one every time there's a new president elected. Stuff like that happens, Candace.
Initially, the idea of French involvement in Charlie's assassination would not have been on my radar, okay? Having them at UVU would not have been on my radar at all until we learned about that weird hangar lease in Delaware, and we were trying to track the Egyptian plane, SUBTT, our yellow plane, which departed on the morning of Charlie Kirk's assassination from Provo, went over to Wilmington, Delaware. We learned that regarding that hangar, Satis, which is a French company, injected $1.5 million ostensibly to paint planes, okay, in Wilmington, Delaware. A lease that is way too short for that, whatever. And they sign off on that the very week that I get sent this cease and desist. Despite the fact
what now?
Where we learned that regarding that hangar, Satis, which is a French company, injected $1.5 million ostensibly to paint planes, okay, in Wilmington, Delaware. A lease that is way too short for that, whatever. And
a lease that is way too short for that? How would you know that, Candace? Some leases are like a year. What? So she doesn't understand how residential leases work or something like that. What is she talking about? You can't. You're just saying it's too short, but it could be on a year lease. What do you mean? Oh no, they pay $1.5 million to open a business painting planes. What?
They sign off on that the very week that I get sent this cease and desist, despite the fact that I hadn't been speaking about Brigitte, which is weird, coincidental timing. And it could
they
be
sent her a cease and desist. Oh man. Oh, this is epic. Oh, this is why she's big mad. This is how she was when she got hit with the lawsuit. Y'all remember that when she lashed out, big mad, Say you were born a man, you will die a man. Candace, yeah, keep talking, girl. Now I see why she's sitting here flooding. She's opened the floodgates. The entire jury is going to hear this video, Candace. You're not hurting us at all. You're brainless bots and your cult members are not hurting us. You're helping the Macron's lawsuit, girl.
That the very week that I get sent this cease and desist, despite the fact that I hadn't been speaking about Brigitte. It was just weird, coincidental timing. And it could be a coincidence, but I'm going to now test your resolve at home.
Milk Bar is going to put out a compilation video of all the times she's talked about Brigitte since she's been hit with the actual lawsuit. Candace, that's why they filed a first amended complaint. They had to amend their complaint because you kept talking about Brigitte Macron being born a man. You even lied and said, that's not why you're suing me, when that is the premise of the foundation of that lawsuit. It's the foundation of the lawsuit. You keep lying and claiming she was born a man, or she got a sex change operation and became a man, or she took her brother's identity, or blah, blah, blah. None of the things you can prove with medical records or scientific evidence, especially DNA, because you asked for the blood of the first lady. I have my doctor go out and get a little blood real quick. That's what you said in your video. Because you need scientific evidence to prove someone is born a man or a woman. You would need that DNA. And you can't get it. They're bringing it to court with them. So if you would just request a hearing on it, we can get this going a little real quick. Why not just go ahead and request a hearing? Stop stalling on the lawsuit, Candace, you dingus. Request a hearing and let's get this going so that, the candy ass cult members can get to that discovery phase that you've promised them so badly. You promised them you would get them to the discovery phase. And they're not questioning you as to why you haven't even requested a hearing from this motion to dismiss and to strike first amended complaint. They're not questioning that at all. But why don't you just go ahead and request a hearing? Let's get this on Judge Rennie's calendar so that I can listen in on that hearing and then talk about it when it's done so that you can put, the minds of your candy ass cult members to rest and reassure them that you are definitely trying to get to the discovery phase because you just can't make this up. She accused Brigitte Macron of RM. Exactly. You don't need the DNA. All you need is a pelvic bone, x-rays, all that simple. Men and women have different pelvic bones. You can get a pelvic bone transplant. Yes, medical records. That's what I said. Medical records, DNA, something. It has to be scientific DNA. Any scientific evidence. Whether it's a diagnostic test, that can be blood work, x-rays, MRIs, a CAT scan. It's just any scientific evidence. You're absolutely right. No reply. So this is the thing, Candace, you got hit with a cease and desist. And you still did not stop talking. You didn't cease or desist. They sued your ass. You kept going. They filed a first amended complaint to add on the new allegations. You're still going. This is something else. S-File said I sent you an email. France News reports Candace Owens false accusations. Oh, yes. Okay, cool. I'll look that up. Let's get back to it, y'all. This is epic. Candace is crashing out. Candace, you so big mad, girl. It's so funny.
Regarding French coincidences, because for me, it's a little too much, is what I'll say, okay?
Oh,
so we learned from a source that a foreign dignitary was escorted, right, from that hangar to 920 North King Street in Wilmington, Delaware, a place that we learned and confirmed had 3 federal agencies working together in one building. The internet can try to debunk that. They can't. Okay, the feds are not going to debunk that because it's true. And then we learned that it is also a place which houses the attorneys that are filing my paperwork in the Brigitte lawsuit.
Hold on. You said no one would be able to debunk something. Girl, go back.
In Delaware, a place that we learned and confirmed had 3 federal agencies working together in one building. The internet can try to debunk that. They can't. Okay, the feds are not going to debunk that because it's true. And then we learned that it is also a place which houses the attorneys that are.
It's just irrelevant. It will be objected to as irrelevant. Let me tell you that right now. You should look forward to that objection. It is highly irrelevant, Candace. It's irrelevant to your lawsuit. It's irrelevant to the murder trial, Tyler James Robertson, and his execution of Charlie Kirk. Irrelevant. Any smart attorney would object to that as irrelevant. No one cares about these 3 agencies in that building. You outed your own attorneys and all of the employees that work for that law firm. And for what? And now she's about to out something else.
Filing my paperwork in the Brigitte lawsuit. I explained this. Delaware has a particular legal stipulation that even if you have your own lawyers, you have to find lawyers that will file the paperwork in your lawsuit. Okay, the rules on that vary state by state.
No, it's simply the lawyers have to have a license to practice law in that state. Why are you going around the world? What child? You can't make this up, girl. Okay, and they don't. The candy ass cult members are not going to read any of this. They're not going to Google any of this. Why don't you just get them to the discovery phase already? Stop explaining all that garble. No one cares. Get us to the discovery phase, Candace. Come on, girl.
We then learned that Brigitte's lawyers in my lawsuit are directly across the street from that firm. Okay, confirmed. We're just warming up.
Why are you saying that? So now there's more employees that she's putting at risk. You're adding that to the lawsuit, Candace. You're a dingus. You're a dingus.
Oh, because the person that leaks that information about the dignitary being escorted, remember, that person never insinuated that that the dignitary was French. But then after people on the internet pretended that he or she was lying about that information, they decided to conduct further investigation. They watched the episode and a light bulb goes off in their head because we're talking about Satis being French owned. And the person decided to follow up and explain to us that France has effectively been running the streets in Wilmington, Delaware since like before the Revolutionary War. Okay. Let's just start with a very basic.
I'm sorry. Before the Revolutionary War, was it called Delaware? Did these streets have names before the Revolutionary War? Can we get a confirmation on that? Oh my God. No reply to LLC. It is highly unlikely and generally permissible for federal agencies like the FBI, DEA to have permanent operation offices inside a private law firm's building. Exactly. I mean, it's not even the fact that we don't need to know where they are for many reasons. One of those being a safety measure. Makes that whole her saying anything about that, it's irrelevant to her case. It has nothing to do with the lawsuit itself. And I'm like, what are you talking about? You can't make this up. In September, France recognized Palestine as an independent state from Israel. This is why France is being targeted by Candace Owens. Candace Owens was best friends was in Unit 8200 of the IDF. Oh, wow. Well, I mean, she could talk about how she's just pissed off about losing her friend. She's sitting here accusing them of murdering Charlie Kirk. And she doesn't care how that affects her lawsuit. Not at all. I looked this up, and they're actually located about half a mile down the street. Yeah, I did too. I didn't want to correct it because I'm like, I don't want to put more people at risk. Let her think that it's right across the street. You know, the bots and the candy asses, they don't listen. They don't care what I have to say anyway. I'm gonna let them think this is right across the street. Because what's directly across the street is the courthouse, and they can go over there and act the fool if they want to. They're gonna go to jail. So I want them to think it's across the street. I'm gonna let them think it's across the street. We're gonna let them think that. Let the candy asses and the bots believe that it's right across the street. So that, you know, at least her law firm, they're not gonna really look that up. God. Candace, you're still outing stuff that you shouldn't even be talking about. It's so crazy.
History recap from this person's email. It all
was his name Streets. Was it called Delaware before the American Revolutionary War?
Checks out. We don't need to get too deep in here regarding Wilmington, Delaware.
Oh, no, of course not. No, let's not get deep about something she's calling a fact. Let's not get deep about whether or not it was named. You know, these street names were named before the American Revolutionary War. Let's not get deep about that. Good grief.
He or she writes a short version of the history, which is all verifiable, is that North French Street is actually the northern stretch of the original French Street. Wilmington laid out the original French Street in the early 1700s as Willing Street in Thomas Willing's grid. In the 1790s, a large cluster of French-speaking refugees, many of which were fleeing Haiti and the French revolutions, settled along it, and the nickname French Street took over. This street ran all the way from the Christina River up through town and became a main hub for travel and business. Wilmington is more French than people would initially assume, and it's easy to see this once you look at its history.
She said it was 1790s. Candace, it wasn't even called that before. It changed names. Does she know when the American Revolutionary War took place? Candace, our Declaration of Independence was signed in 1776. That takes place before 1790. It changed names. Are you kidding me?
Thomas Willing's grid. In the 1790s, a large cluster of French-speaking...
In the 1790s, after the American Revolutionary War. For the love of God. You see, there he is. Oh, God. Girl. Girl. She has no clue. It was part of the lower counties of Pennsylvania. Exactly. She has no freaking clue. Candace. The American Declaration of Independence, the U.S. Declaration of Independence was signed in 1776. You're speaking of a matter that occurred after the American Revolutionary War. Do you understand that? She's saying in the 1790s. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, this is
refugees, many of which were fleeing Haiti and the French revolutions, settled along it, and the nickname French Street took over. This street ran all the way from the Christina River up through town and became a main hub for travel and business. Wilmington is more French than people would initially assume, and it's easy to see this once you look at its history. The north tag of North French Street is a later addressing convention for blocks north of downtown. So that's just a backup there, okay? Now, again, we're going to have to go through this class very quickly. America, the whole idea of what we learned in class about, the Revolutionary War, and we were fighting because, we didn't, the monarchy. Okay. England.
She doesn't know. So yes, we fought for independence from the British government, the British monarchy at the time, because people came here from Europe and they were sick of being on a monarchy. They wanted religious freedom. They wanted freedom from being under what's a totalitarian government system. They didn't want to get all that direction from the king. And then the king was being a jackass and all of that. Then they come over here and then the king thought he would be able to tax everybody. I mean, it's a lot of history. She's just sitting here omitting out here. It was for freedom and independence. What is she not understanding? First of all, many immigrants came to the United States, especially in the early development of the U.S. as a nation. Many immigrants settled here. Why is it that she's just not figuring out that the French came over and settled here, escaping from war? Why is she just not figuring that out? The queen in France, Candace, told them, let them eat cake. And they got mad. They believe in rebellion. They believe in the spirit of revolution. And they passed that on to the U.S. because they didn't appreciate someone saying, let them eat cake. They didn't appreciate being looked down on by somebody who didn't have to worry about struggling, who was able to get a meal. People were struggling bad. So it's a bad thing that people immigrated over here to the U.S.? What is she saying here?
It was not even under a monarchy at that time, okay? And also, I have learned in recent years that really the whole history of America is like warring factions of Freemasons. That's the reality. Warring factions of Freemasons competing for American territory. Now,
oh dear Lord.
Now we're going to get into the substance of his email. He begins with something that is speculation I'm not going to get too deep into, but essentially he says that across from 920 King, there is a red crane, and he's able to confirm that the French are absolutely involved in this somehow. I found direct U.S.-French alignment near 920 North King Street using structural aviation markers, financial lineage, corporate fronts, and historical French corridors. Now, he shows us that but essentially he says that across from 920 King, there is a red crane, and he's able to confirm that the French are absolutely involved in this somehow.
The French are absolutely involved in this somehow. Candace, is this what we're going on? Because the Macrons are going to love this part in court as well. This will be time stamped. I hope you know that. Because you're making an allegation that is unsubstantiated. No evidence to support it. None. Just because you're reading something and just because you said so does not make it a fact. I know that the candy asses don't understand the definition of that word fact or truth or evidence. But you're going to find out the hard way in court, and you're going to be the one hit with millions of dollars of a judgment. Did you pay the judgment to the High Court of Australia? Y'all know she had court costs. Australia said, you're not coming over here, girl. We ain't got time for your nonsense. And they made her pay a judgment to them for the government's court costs for having to even fight this so-called appeal of that visa ban. Because the Australian government said, we're not for play. You're going to pay us this money. You can't make this out.
I found direct U.S.-French alignment near 920 North King Street using structural aviation markers, financial lineage, corporate fronts, and historical French corridors. Now, he shows us that, this is across from 920 North King, and it starts with a huge construction site. There's a huge construction site right across from there. And there's a long red crane that he points out. And I'm going to show you that crane right now because this person sent videos, because LOL to anybody who thought that we were being, that actually, I love it because it just,
no, you're not. That proves nothing. That doesn't prove they're involved in anything. A red crane? I don't even know what I'm looking at. What are we looking at? Where is it? Oh, dear God. You got these people going to this location. See, this is why I got on this and said how disgusting it was for her to do this, to put out this address and all this other stuff, outing her own attorney's law firm. Because you got the candy ass cult members going to this location, snooping around this building, where you claim, you saying that there are at least 3 federal agencies there. Do you not understand? They finna troll the crap out of Candace. I predicted these agencies are gonna start trolling her. Y'all let me know here. Structural aviation makers, biggest ball of BS. Oh my dear Lord, they finna start trolling the crap out of Candace Owens. See, now you see how to troll her. You go and take some video footage, send it to her tip line that she does not vet, and then say, hey, we found evidence. Oh my God. Little Walker said, no reply. New Orleans was my first thought too. Heaven forbid Candace discovers there's still rich influence there. Yeah. Candace is going to effectively end all Mardi Gras parties in the French Quarter if she ever finds out. Mardi Gras is going to come to an end because Candace discovered the French Quarter exists in New Orleans. You ain't going to be able to make this out. Candace about to have the entire state of Louisiana mad at her. Actually, the nation. Because she's going to try to put an end to Mardi Gras. Mardi Gras is no longer going to exist because Candace Owens is big mad. Okay? Big mad. We're not going to get beignets, no more beads, no more nothing, y'all. It's going to come to an end because Candace is mad. She big mad. Y'all don't tell her Mardi Gras is a thing. Okay? King's Cake is not part of the Mardi Gras. King's Cake, you get the baby you by name. You can this up. Y'all don't let her know that get Mardi Gras is a thing. Okay, don't tell her that. Big. Yeah, she big man.
Just it pissed him off.
Oh
And
man.
now he's really on the ground here. You can see that crane up there. And that's just a reference point to what he's speaking about so that you can follow along here. That crane is situated on 1100 North King Street. Let's bring up the map here so you can see what's going on here, okay? What I found on 1100 1100 North King Street is big. The actual building is called the Brace Bridge Complex. It spans over 1 million square feet. It seems it was originally built for the Maryland Bank as their bank headquarters from 1995 until 2006 when Bank of America acquired it. But in 2018, remember that's going to be the year that Macron comes to power, Bank of America pulled out of a few of the buildings and they left it completely empty. Here's an article showing you that that is true and that Bank of America did in fact pull out of that building. It leaves the Wilmington office space empty. He or she goes on to write, so you might be wondering what happened after it was left vacant. Well, in 2024, legislation was passed which would provide financial support to the Longwood Foundation, a philanthropic nonprofit that was founded by Pierre S. DuPont to make it function as a quote unquote educational center. There's just one problem with that. Pierre S. DuPont was a member of the French-American family DuPont, which was descended from Pierre Samuel DuPont de Nemours, excuse my terrible French, a French aristocrat. DuPont also has extreme ties to both the...
I'm going to excuse your terrible English as well. Candace, you're being trolled. I hope you're enjoying this letter, girl. You are being trolled like hell. Can't make this up.
American and the French military, obviously we know that, as they are the original manufacturers of Kevlar, which has been historically regarded as the greatest way to make bulletproof armor. So now we have this prominent French family connected to this building. I think you're right to keep looking at French. People even shared concerns about what was actually happening at that building. There was a resident named Miriam Deed who said, quote, "I just feel like I don't understand why we're doing this without there being more accountability." So in 2024, and we can show you that article, he's telling the truth. We're fact checking that. People are like, what's going on in this like massive, what is the accountability here with this massive complex? Okay. He goes on to say, as you can see, the complex covers 6 different buildings, all connected to both French Street. You can bring up that map, Chris, whenever, because I'm just going to keep speaking. All connected to both French Street and King Street. Okay. Now, people on X, he goes,
yeah, because God forbid she goes off script. You know, Candace, you're being trolled. And I'm laughing.
Was on, who were trying to pretend that this was some prank, said the FBI is actually at 500 Delaware Avenue, right? And 500 Delaware Avenue is a couple of blocks over. We can show you that on the map as well. Can you pull up 500 North Delaware? And that is also somehow owned by France. Why is the FBI in that building? Who knows? But also having a division inside of this building is true. He says that 500 North Delaware Avenue is a cover because guess what that building is? It's another bank center. This time, it's the Wilmington Savings Fund Society. In 1990, nearly all of Lower Delaware branches of WSFS were sold to Wilmington Trust, which was founded by T. Coleman DuPont, the French-American then president of DuPont, to manage the growing fortune of the French-American DuPont family. And guess where the Wilmington Trust is actually located? It's located at 1100 North Market Street, the building that is right next to 1100 North King Street, and both are on Rodney Square. So again, we're going back to that Rodney Square. Everything is French that's happening on Rodney Square. So they were using another bank.
French immigrants came here and made a living and earned some money. And now they own half a block. And she is in an uproar about this. Candace, what does this have to do with your lawsuit from the Macrons? Candace is gonna go to court. Can y'all imagine this? Her saying all of this to the judge. I mean, the judge won't watch this whole thing. He's only gonna watch the timestamp parts that's important to the case. But can you just imagine her trying to say this as a defense as to why she kept accusing Brigitte Macron of being born a man, or getting a sex change, or taking the identity of her brother? Can you imagine her saying all of this as her defense? Candace, it's going to be laughable if you say this nonsense in court. And I'm rooting for you, you know. I can't say this with a straight face. Oh, man, you can't make this
as a cover
up.
doesn't actually disprove anything at all. What you'll also find if you keep researching is that a law firm, MG&M, moved to 500 Delaware Avenue just a few months before Charlie was assassinated. Now, that could be a coincidence, but MG&M has many employees that are either fluent in French or connected or are connected to France altogether. The FBI apparently has Suite 300 and MGM has Suite 200, which I believe is exactly right below where the FBI says that they are. Okay. Now he gets back into the crane location, right? Because there seems to be no public record of what the actual construction project is that is happening online, except for the fact that apparently a global biopharmaceutical company called Insight owns it. Okay. If they're using this construction site, it seems to me that
they're you never heard of Insight Global, but you sat here and talked about COVID for what? How long? Why do you not know about this, Candace? She doesn't research anything. Y'all, she had a whole frenzy about COVID vaccines. And she doesn't know about Insight Global being a pharmaceutical company.
They're doing it to buy time, because I actually know they're using it to buy time because they claim that it's construction in this article. On May 2024, they say that construction is expected to take about a year. Okay, well, it's been over a year. It's been about 2 years. And by the looks of it, the entire top of that building being a skeleton tells me that it's probably going to be a few years after that as well. This is clearly not taking about a year. Also, guess who the longtime CEO of that biopharmaceutical company Insight was? Hervé Hopno. And guess what? He is also French. He's not just French, but he is a French national. He seems to have just exited as the CEO, but he is still running the company under the role of advisor to the CEO. He is directly responsible for this construction at Bracebridge. And he was...
yeah, that happens if you have a transition, because they want to get the new CEO acclimated to everything. Sometimes the one that's leaving will still serve as a consultant to give all the ropes and give all the information and details, sort of like on the job training. Candace haven't had a job in how long? The last time she worked. Candace, oh God, you're going to need to get a job, girl, by the time you get through losing this lawsuit.
The one that finalized the deal. I find it very strange how he ran this company for more than a decade. And for some reason, just a few months before Charlie's death, he decides to switch roles and to start laying low. Now, I'm not saying he's directly tied to anything. I'm just saying that these are all verifiable coincidences. Insight, that's the biopharmaceutical company that he runs, is also plugged directly into the federal medical supply chains, which include our VA systems that interface with military healthcare infrastructure.
Yes, because these companies have contracts with government agencies. It's a biopharmaceutical company. What do you mean? So they're going to only serve one sector of healthcare and not the other? No, they'll get the civilian part, but not the actual military health system. You can't make this up. Y'all, Candace already said now. Keep in mind, she said, I don't know how this military stuff works. She already said that. You can't make this up. Her husband is worth $200 million. Yeah, it's like $244 million, no reply. They're going to chew her up in court. You can't make this up. Candace, pharmaceutical companies can sign contracts with government agencies. So if they're making medical supplies for the civilian sector, for just standard healthcare systems, why can't they do that for military health systems again? This is the same person that didn't understand, what was that acronym? DMI, something like that. The military health system codes, DMIS. That's it. DMIS. She didn't understand that. I Googled it. Candace, I'm not in the mood to Google. I'm just not in the mood to Google. Y'all know I will. I'm just not in the mood tonight. I'm gonna be honest. Because most of this stuff she's saying, it would never fly in court. It's not a defense. You can't make this up. And it's like saying, so Candace, if I Google, Candace could have Googled this stuff. She didn't know that a company could have a contract with the military sector. Like, it's so implausible. Oh God. Or it's such a bad thing. What is so illegal about having a military contract? Oh my goodness. Also, the DuPonts founding that bank is no secret privileged information. Like I said, my mom worked for the DuPonts and she knew about it. Exactly. This is public information she's reading. This is why I said she's being trolled. Candace, you still have not learned to bet your tips. You're still bad at this, girl. You're reading us information we can Google. That person didn't send you any secret information. You think that that photo of that crane would never came up in a Google map photo? You know, people go out and take photos for Google Maps all the time. They have cameras installed in most lights at major intersections. You don't think that crane would have came up in a photo somewhere? Or a satellite image or something? You can't make this up. This has nothing to do with her lawsuit, her accusing people of being born a man, her insinuating that an entire country and the president and first lady are involved in an assassination plot against her or involved in an assassination of Charlie Kirk. None of this proves any of those allegations to be true. None of it. She is being trolled to the highest level, and she is not smart enough to see it. So we laugh at her. And the candy ass cult members, we're laughing at you all too. You can't, none of you all are telling her, Candace, please stop. None of this makes none of this stuff. The judge is not going to care about any of this stuff in your lawsuit. None of this has anything to do with a cease and desist. You're still not adhering to that either. You being sued. Now I'll just let her talk. Yes, he's worth about 200 million, but most of the untouchable family trust. And then too many things. Belgian waffles, French toast. Y'all, you can't make this up. I have never witnessed a person become so untethered in real time and space. Global peoples of the earth, such grass if you belong to the new CIA. You can't make this up. Candace is losing it. Oh my God, Candace. Your kids got to watch this video one day. I want you to remember that. Your kids have got to watch this video one day. Shout out to you. Proud liberal to you. Thank you so much for the $2 super. In honor of Rosa Parks and World AIDS Day. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Shout out to you for the $2 super. Thank you. I appreciate that. DuPont started as a gunpowder company. Exactly. They came here as immigrants. So for the era and the time that they knew what to invest in. I mean, she's not mentioning, the train system, that huge, well, I can't think of nobody. The Grand Station, New York Central Grand Station in New York. Like, she's not thinking about any of those, wealthy people that created and started whole businesses, industrialists. None of that. It's like none of those people are important, I guess, to our history. You have people that were inventors and pioneers that helped fund our economy. You had a rich, wealthy person that funded World War II. Like, they helped to get the government out of some of this depression from World War II or World War I in the 20s and 30s. You have people that were rich and wealthy to actually help stimulate the U.S. economy again from the Great Depression. Is she not going to talk about that part of our history? Or is she just going to keep dogging it out? How bad is this going to go, Candace? How much more unpatriotic and un-American are you going to become? None of this has anything to do with America first. None of it. And I'm happy to hear about history, but she's trying to twist it up to try to connect it to an assassination plot. And she's not doing that. This is sad. Her kids got to watch this. They're going to be like, what's wrong with mommy? She's losing her mind, and we're going to have to move back to the UK.
Okay. So to pull us all together, we have an entire French street that is connected to 920 North King Street, the aircraft hangar and its company Satis, which is French aligned, connected to 920 North King Street, DuPont, the French aligned, connected to 1100 North King Street, the biopharmaceutical company Insight, which is also French aligned, connected to 1100 North King Street, DuPont, which is connected to 1100 North Market Street. And then we have 1100 North King Street itself, which is connected to 920 North King Street. And we have my lawyers and we have Brigitte lawyers. I am not loving this. Okay. I'm just not loving the fact that I get a call from the federal government asking me to stop speaking about Brigitte. And I think that it's kind of a funny story that'll one day be in my autobiography. Truly, that was my thought.
Trump called you, right? I thought it was Trump. I mean, why would he call you and tell you that if it wasn't of urgent, if it was pretty serious? Even if you didn't vote for Trump, even if you don't like him, you cannot just not stand his guts. Do you really think he will take time out of his day to call Candace Owens and say, hey, can you cut the shit when it comes to Brigitte Macron? If he didn't think that it was serious? Did you not think that? Candace, you're the one that told us. Trump called me and, he said, hey, can you take it easy on Brigitte Macron? I mean, she looks like a woman to me. You think he will take time out his day when he won't even give a response about your so-called claim of an assassination plot? He won't respond about that. And somehow you got confirmation it landed on his desk. Good luck to that. But he somehow, according to you, he called you and told you, take it easy on, your claims of Brigitte Macron. I'm starting to question if he actually called her. I mean, should we be asking for like proof that he called her now? Because I'm sitting here like, good grief. If she will lie on any other president, world leader, and she's already mad at Trump, more than likely she'll probably lie on him too. Did Trump really call her? Do y'all believe he called her? I'm starting to question it. Do you all believe that Trump actually called her? Because I'm starting to think that I don't think Trump called her, because I'm believing she's making it up. It's just, I don't know why. Candace, you're making it hard for us to believe that Trump actually called you and told you to calm down when it came to Brigitte Macron. It was Sonic tap dance. Did he call her? I'm wondering. Did Trump actually call Candace Owens and ask her to calm down about the whole thing with Brigitte Macron? Do y'all think she made that up? Did she lie about that? I'm just asking a question here. Claire and Locke are the Macron's lawyers, are from Virginia. Yeah. And they had, and like I said, they can have a license to practice in the state of Delaware. And they do. Trump did not call her ever. I'm starting to think that Gary's asking, what is this? It's a reaction to her show. So it's overexposed now. There is just too much of her everywhere. Because I'm wondering that. I'm starting to wonder if he even called her. I'm just starting to think she lied flat out about Trump calling her. And saying, calm down on Brigitte Macron. And the funny thing is, let's say she lied, because I'm starting to believe that less and less. It's funny that he didn't even take time to debunk it. It's mighty ironic that if she is lying about this, he still did not even take time to debunk and respond to that. He hasn't, think about this. If she's lying on Trump about calling her about the Macrons, wouldn't he have said, Candace is a horrible liar. She's just a liar. I did call her. Wouldn't he say that? He hasn't even taken the time to debunk her lie about him calling her about the Macrons. Candace, that all give you some indication he's not stunning you, girl. You can't make this up. He's not stunning you, Candace. Trump is not stunning you, Candace Owens. Candace Amber Owens Farmer. Donald Trump is not stunning you at all. He won't even debunk the fact that you may have lied. Or let me say, debunk the idea or notion that you may have lied on him when you claim that he called you and told you to calm down about the Macrons. Trump didn't call him TG either. He may call some people, but I'm asking, what did he call her? Because she said he called her. So I'm asking, would he have called her? Would Trump have called Candace Owens and said, calm down on this Brigitte Macron being born a man stuff? Did he actually call her with that? Because I don't see him letting her lie about that and not like it's an innate tick with him to call a liar out. I did call her. She's lying. Like, I get back to him defending that. Because it would be a stupid lie, you know? It's like a dumb thing to lie about. Everybody handles 911 calls in oral. Little I said, you says since they did not want the company to be affected by Crook's actions. If he calls her, she would shut up and we would know exactly. Stop. Candace just said that Brigitte Macron attorney had a law office across the street from her attorney. That's incorrect. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm wondering. Trump had Melania call. Laura said Trump didn't do that. Melania did it. Because Trump is a little busy. You would think, right? That is a word my mom and grandma used to all the time. Studying you. No, yeah, that's listen. I grew up, honey, with the studying you. I learned that first before I paid you any attention. We said studying you. Like, did he really call? He called her on the normal publicity stunt, a mental breakdown, most likely both. The whole Brigitte thing is fake as fuck. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Did Trump actually call Candace Owens and tell her, or did she lie? Did he actually call her and say, calm down about the Brigitte Macron stuff? Or is she lying on Trump about the phone call? Now I'm just curious. I'm just asking questions, Candace.
Like, it's funny that we're on the phone talking about like the French, why is he married to somebody born in a male? And I clearly was not thinking that there was maybe sort of an implicit threat involved here, like literally just stop speaking about her. And I really do wish going back.
Implicit threat? Really? You think Trump would implicitly threaten you? Let me tell you something. He said a lot of things. One thing I don't think Trump is, because I'm not, I don't go left, right, conservative. None of that stuff gets you into heaven. God is not going to ask me about this stuff on Judgment Day. So to me, it has no bearing. But for the sake of argument, as direct as he says a lot of things, one thing Donald Trump does not have to be is implicit. He's not going to tell you things in a roundabout, subtle manner. If he wants to say something to you, he's just going to say it, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Can you imagine him calling her and being implicit and subtle in a threat? Seriously. I'm just trying to think. Trump will use the F word. Neither country know what the fuck they're doing. Didn't he say that? In an interview at the White House. Trump dropped the F-bomb when he talked about the Israel and Palestine conflict. And Israel even dropping payloads. I can use that term now. Payloads. And he said, neither country know what the F they're doing. Did he bite his tongue when he said that? He dropped the F word. He didn't care. Candace, he's not going to implicitly threaten anything. He's just going to tell you to shut the hell up. As a matter of fact, he might say shut the F up. Seriously. I don't think Trump would have a hard time telling Candace to shut the F up.
That they had tried honesty, right? They had said, hey, Brigitte might be an asset to the Mossad, which is what we had received a tip regarding that we were working on confirming during Becoming Brigitte season 2. I wish they had been more explicit and said, we really actually need you to shut up about this forever. And I probably would have done it if they were just honest and said it's a national security.
No. Nope. Because you don't believe it. You don't care about national security, Candace. You don't care about the DHS, DOJ. You don't care about the rule of law. You won't even adhere to a cease and desist order or letter. You literally said you were going to violate a gag order that had nothing to do with you, girl. Candace, a gag order, an order coming from a court signed by a judge. Hear me when I tell you, it's not an option. You violate that order, you will be held in contempt. And they could easily have your ass locked up for violating that order. If they don't go straight to a monetary sanction or some sort of fine, depending on the nature of the contempt itself and how bad it is and what exactly you did, they will lock your ass up. And you put it in a tweet, on a post, on Twitter or X, whatever, that you were going to violate a gag order you wanted to invoke yourself in. Because that's the level of desperation and attention you're trying to draw to yourself from the death of Charlie Kirk, where you were willing to violate some gag order you thought applied to you. You know, because that's what you wanted. And now you're saying if they would have told me to shut up, I would have done it. You can't even shut up when someone tells you to cease and desist. When there's a gag order. You wouldn't shut up if that gag order had your name in it. Of course you wouldn't. Because you don't understand that concept. National security, you don't know what that means. You can't make this stuff up. She wants information to be released about military operations, joint military operations with other countries, with our allies. And yet she's sitting here talking about national security. Candace, you don't know how this military stuff works. Girl, bye, Felicia.
Issue, but instead they went with Emmanuel Macron's feelings are hurt, which I thought was LOL funny and obviously wanted to continue to speak about
She
this.
keeps saying LOL.
I don't even know what to make of this other than, and you can tell me if you agree, I feel like I was set up by the federal government in terms of this lawsuit.
I disagree. You literally defamed someone by making provable false statements with no evidence whatsoever, especially the type of evidence you need, which is scientific evidence. Instead, stated that it is a fact that Brigitte Macron was born a man. You stated that as a fact, and you couldn't prove it. And they can prove you lied, that statement is false and defamatory with the intent to be defamatory and malice intent, since they're political world leaders and public figures. So are you, Candace. If you sued someone, you would have to prove malice intent, girl. And you couldn't even meet your burden when you sued USA Today. I just want to remind people of that. I went over all her other lawsuits. It's got to be the yeast infections talking at this point, because Candace is big mad. And I'm sure that boy, that yeast infection has got to be itching and a burning right now. Itching and a burning and a screaming and a yelling.
Like, this wasn't just Brigitte and Emmanuel sitting down making a mistake by filing this national lawsuit, but rather federal agencies, which may have been colluding and speaking to one another about how to put an end to my research into who Brigitte was, because all of these governments are implicated. And by all of them, I mean France, the United States, and Israel, implicated in whatever the hell Jean-Michel Trogneau.
Never mind Egypt and other countries with these joint military operations. You know, I mean, what if Australia's named in it? You know, God forbid, right? Because you already owe them some money in Australia, Candace. Did you pay the judgment over there? I'm still looking for that court document.
Was up to during the missing years of his life when he was in the military and on its surface in America, because Brigitte says he was in America. We know Brigitte was in America in the 60s, at least for the moon landing. No details provided about what Brigitte was doing when he experienced the moon landing with Americans. I'm not getting the feeling that Jean-Michel Trogneau was just chilling at his aunt's house, okay? That was a psychological operation. I'm pretty convinced that Brigitte Macron has been involved on the basis of my lawsuit and the mentioning of MK Ultra 18 times absurdly in my lawsuit, even though all we said was, hey, Brigitte's fake birthday happens to be the same day as the MK Ultra program. I'm thinking there might be something there. Like, Brigitte is involved in the military.
Girl, this is going to sound just as absurd in court as it sounds right now. Girl, the jury is going to be so pissed off. Yeah, the jury is going to be so mad that they have to sit and listen to this. The jury is going to be so pissed that they're going to have to listen to this as a part of exhibits. They're gonna be like, you know what? Y'all gonna have to pay us extra money for our time of work, for parking, for pain and suffering. The jury is gonna start demanding more money from the court for this. You can't make this up. Candace, I'm gonna enjoy listening to this court hearing. Oh, yes, I am. And then reporting on it. Every little detail. I'm reporting on everything that is said in that court hearing. Do you understand me? Everything. Even if it's a sneeze, I'm talking about it.
File Jean-Michel Trogneau is involved in psychological operations. Okay. And I should also mention to you that the second largest shareholder for Satis is Israel. Yeah. It's an Israeli firm based in Tel Aviv called Ace Partners. They are explicit. They only invest in companies and organizations that benefit Israel. That's like on their website. This is why we exist. Our mission with Ace is clear: to identify, invest in, and support the most promising startups that will shape the future of aerospace and defense technology. So it's military. And we focus predominantly on companies in their Series A and B funding rounds across aerospace and defense verticals. Our investments are global with a specific focus on Israel. So I'm not being anti-Semitic. That's what Ace Partners does. They are the second largest shareholder to Satis. Why is Israel interested in this hangar in Wilmington, Delaware? You guys? And in case you don't think that we've really hit peak, what the hell is going on? Literally, what from the gates of hell is Brigitte Macron? Okay? In case you're not there yet, let me tell you that just to make myself feel good, I said, let me just confirm where Brigitte Macron was on 9/10. That feels like a very easy thing to do. Like, yeah, this is the first lady, man of France. It's a pretty busy season everywhere. We're talking early September. It's back to
Yeah, keep on, girl. They just counting up the number of times you say that, girl.
school. There's a lot going on. And I was very comforted to see that Brigitte Macron had opened Paris Design Week. Makes sense, right? Opened Paris Design Week on, I believe, September 4th. Very public, gets kind of photographed with the culture, the Ministry of Culture lady, right? The head of their Ministry of Culture. And then Brigitte Macron.
What is her gripe with Brigitte Macron? Candace, you understand you're going to be questioned on the back history of this and what started, how did we get here? I hope you understand that. You're going to have to answer questions on that from your own counsel and when you're cross-examined. How did we get here? Because, we all want you to get to that discovery phase. Why the hell haven't you requested a hearing, Candace? What is taking so long with that? Just request a hearing so we can all get to this discovery phase. Okay? So we can see the scientific evidence that the Macrons are bringing to court. Why would you stall that? Why aren't your attorneys asking the court for a hearing on the motion to dismiss? Here's the thing. Why don't you talk about that motion to dismiss and motion to strike the first amended complaint? I'm sure, your candy asses would love to hear about that. Regale us of your tales of why you went to filing a motion to dismiss twice, but not just a response and an expedited request for a hearing on the motion. Why is it taking so long? I'm going to be listening on every word in that courtroom, girl.
Macron gets photographed on 9/4 with Zelensky. Zelensky's coming in for a big interstate meeting, and Brigitte Macron sees to it that he's also photographed with Saudi Arabia at some orchestra that Saudi Arabia is putting on. And what's interesting is that it's daytime when that photograph happens. And after that, Brigitte just falls off a cliff for 6 days. Brigitte's just gone for 6 days. And I would really like to know where Brigitte Macron was at for the...
No. That woman deserves some privacy. She doesn't owe you her locations and whereabouts. Because we could ask the same thing of you, Candace. We would love to know what you did the entire week of Thanksgiving last week. I mean, obviously you went to Dollywood. And your husband obviously wasn't happy about it. And he allegedly put out this fake audio of the entire plot of some assassination against you. How did we get from that, by the way? Wasn't that supposed to be a serious matter? You're harping on Brigitte Macron, but you're not posting up receipts of these payments from Club de Centre. We're not getting anything on that at all. Not even one transaction. And you want to know where she was for 6 days? No, girl. No. She doesn't owe you an interview. She doesn't owe you responses. She owes you nothing. You understand me, heifer? This woman doesn't owe you anything. She has a life. She has the right to privacy in that life that she's living. Just like you don't want anyone to know what the hell you did the entire week of Thanksgiving last week. And if you were smart, you would not have taken a photo with a complete stranger if you're supposed to be on high alert because of some alleged assassination plot. You would have had armed security with you, perhaps. And they would have made sure they helped you understand if you're on high alert, alleging someone's trying to assassinate you, you don't go and take pictures with perfect strangers because you don't know who the hell they are. And it could have been that female French assassin you were talking about. We're just missing the Israeli operative in this. You know, Candace Owens, a female French assassin, French Legionnaire, and an Israeli operative walked into a bar. Fill in the gap.
6 days, okay? I need to confirm that. I need internet sleuths like you have never seen before. Where was Brigitte Macron on the dates that Egyptian plane was from 9/4 through to 9/11? Where was Brigitte Macron? I would just like to know. I need to know where Brigitte Macron was, and I think an answer to that question is due. It would just comfort me to know. So I'm asking you guys for help determining the answer.
Her 4 kids and husband doesn't do the comforting anymore. Candace, your family should be comforting you. Y'all, how mad is Candace right now? She wants to know where this woman was for 6 days. And what actually dox her. What's going on, Sammy? We're watching Candace descend into madness. I know, right? Start saying, oh my gosh, she needs to know. She needs to know. The Israeli operative took the picture, and except for his camera gun jammed and all he ended up was the sound. Y'all fill in the gaps. Candace, a French Legionnaire, and an Israeli operative walked into a bar. ... Fill in the gap. Let's go. Get creative as you can. You can't make this sound. Billy says she talks loudly about kids in Gaza, but refuses to address his kids in Nigeria. Exactly. Refuses to address any kids in the U.S. She refuses to address her own kids. The kids of Charlie Kirk. She doesn't address anything important anymore. This girl is losing her mind. Candace, I'm going to be listening to every word in that hearing, girl. Truth said, I'm not a part of her cult. She's been criticizing Republicans as well. She's just speaking the truth, and she's brave, and I don't agree with everything she says. I'm waiting on that truth to be proven with evidence. That is the word of the month for Candace. Candace, define the word evidence. Candace is funny. Is that part of the dot of the joke? Yeah, we got the Candace Owens, a French Legionnaire, and an Israeli operative walk into a bar. ... And then you got to fill in the rest of that punchline. Probably medically needed the time off. Did you notice that after the first couple of minutes, she pivoted from the assassination attempt on her to a history lesson about Delaware? Exactly. Kansas love Israel's a joker. The truth always wins. Yeah, we want facts and evidence to go with it, because part of the definition of the word truth is evidence. And Candace still can't define evidence. We're waiting on those transactions to be posted. We want the paper trail, because I would have gotten that if someone who's a high-ranking French government employee calls me and says, "Yeah, we got some evidence here. Well, some proof of payments in this computer I'm looking at." Yeah, this is coming from Club de Centre. Mm-hmm. And Club de Centre, it's 100 of them. They love to eat, study food and stuff like that. It's like a science for them. Yeah, it's like the French version of Alton Brown. Okay. from Good Eats. You might want to watch the show Good Eats. It's on Food Network. Very good show. Yeah. So these payments, were what? What was the payment method? Wire transfer? Was it a money order? A check? Good old fashioned cash in a briefcase? How did this go? Bitcoin. How was this payment made? You would think she would ask questions about that. Who is the French government employee that called her? What is their title? What agency do they work with? What's their position? What's their ranking? No information about that caller. None. The truth is not prevailing. It's cracking before our eyes. And then this same so-called truth that you're claiming to be Candace Owens has to go to court. And guess what? She can't produce evidence because she doesn't have it. They're bringing the scientific evidence with them. So, I mean, if you want to speak about the truth, yeah. Truth will prevail. It's not coming from her. We can't even figure out if she's telling the truth about Donald Trump calling her about Brigitte Macron. So, no. if you lie 6 times, I don't have a reason to believe anything you say, even if it's something that is a fact that can be looked up. That means you're just telling me information I can look up online with everyone else. But you're not posting up the transactions of a payment for your assassination plot? You wouldn't post that up, though? Really? Make that make sense? That's the type of truth we need. Evidence. Evidence. She needs to stay off the internet. I want evidence. Evidence is the word of the month to define. Candace Owens, a French Legionnaire and an Israeli operative, walk into a bar. Let's hear it. Did she buy a funnel cake? Add that in there. Walk into a bar. She buys a funnel cake. ... Let's hear the rest of the story. I want to hear the rest of the joke. That's all I want. Because Candace is effing around about this and she about to find out. You might as well just make fun of it. You might as well. I guarantee you she would not appreciate a transvestigation on her. Having her kids go through that. Man, Sierra Club in the Egyptian plane with the text message. Oh, man. Let's hear it. Candace Owens, a French Legionnaire and an Israeli operative, walk into a bar. They buy a funnel cake. And then the French Legionnaire pulls out a camera. And instantly, click, click, nothing happens. The Israeli operative, he jumps over the bar. And he goes and he makes a drink. What do you think he's going to make? Fill in the gaps. Let's finish this up.
Answer to that. I could go on, by the way. Wilmington, Delaware, also being the hub for MK Ultra is especially sweet. The email that we got, that it's also the hub for transgenderism in America. Like, who knew that? I certainly didn't. Our first ever trans congressman, you guys, guess where? Wilmington, Delaware, that congressional district. A bunch of trans surgeries for children, drag time, story hour. Like, they're kind of leading America in the trans stuff. I could go on and on and on about what goes on in Wilmington, Delaware. But I think that's probably enough for right now. So let's take a brief break and we'll come back. All right, you
girl, no. She said that's probably enough for right now. And does this stuff here. Oh, dear Lord. Who child? Has she got another tip coming?
at checkout. I mean, I actually decided I am going to read this because we're just going in. And this is another tip not related to the person who.
Yeah, she proof that she doesn't vet her tips. She just got this tip and she's about to read it. No vetting at all. Candace, you are bad at this, girl. You're not vetting this at all. So just so you all can see in real time, she just said she got another tip, and this is another tip not related to person who's no time to vet it. And if she did take time, it was between this so-called commercial break. No real vetting. What is her vetting process? reading to see if it sounds good and it fits her theory. Candace Owens, a French Legionnaire, and an Israeli operative walk into a bar.
Email that I just read that made me aware that Wilmington, Delaware is just very
Can't
French.
make this up.
This person writes to me, hey, you should also know that area is transgendered central. There are 5 different Nemo children hospital centers nearby. Yes, they perform transgender surgeries, or yes, they do transgender rather. Nemo children's hospitals are named for Nemours, France, the home of the DuPont family. Hotel DuPont is obviously walking distance from 920 King. First and Central Presbyterian Church is an LGBTQ church that was across from that hotel.
Make this up.
Cab Calloway School is a short 10-minute drive, and this is where our transgendered congressman McBride graduated from. Theater is a 5-minute walk. They feature transgendered productions with a drag show at least every month. The Queen is an 8-minute walk. They are advertising Disney drag brunches. 20 minutes back toward the airport, you will find a multitude of plastic surgeons. And then they list them. Wilmington University.
Candace, you might be giving George Farmer places to hang out at night. Okay. You have no idea what you're married or who you're married to. So let's just say now he knows where him and the boys can have boys' night out at. Oh, George Farmer, you sinister little creature. You
is nearby, where they offer LGBTQ programs for kids, and Transition Delaware LLC, which offers counseling and etc., has 2 locations, and then they list them. So it's a lot of transgenderism happening in that area, which is of interest to me.
Why?
I just started a poll, by the way.
Transgender individuals have nothing to do with Candace Owens. Why are you bothering the LGBTQ community? Why? George, do you think you can answer that question? Why is your wife so obsessed with everything being fake and gay? Can you tell us that, George? Please answer the question. Why is everything fake and gay? She is obsessed with this stuff. Brigitte Macron, everything's fake and gay. The LGBTQ community. George Farmer is a thing. Like, you can't make
we
this
are
up.
Live on YouTube. I asked a very simple question. Do you think that this lawsuit was an operation against me? That it was meant to bankrupt me? Because options when the federal government is feeling squeezed is to kill you, it's warfare, or it's like mental warfare. They put you in a hospital and say you're crazy and drug you. And like they...
Candace, is that what you have to look forward to? Being put in the hospital and being drugged? You're the one that's sitting here concocting this nonsense. See, I started the headline of a joke here. Okay, Candace? I'm letting people be as creative as they can. And I don't think that any one of us could come up with something as wacky doodle as all this crap you've said for however long you've been doing this video here. Well, we're like 45 minutes into this thing. She went super long today. She went an hour. Candace, we can't come up with anything as crazy as you have concocted. And you've allowed all these conspiracy theorists to feed your tip line. You've been trolled twice and you don't even know it. Because you can't make this stuff up. George obviously does not care about you because he has not came from behind that camera and said flat out, dear, you're going to have to shut up. You know why? Because he's probably out having boys' night out. Doesn't care. Y'all think George cares what she's saying and doing? Nope. He probably told her, if you want to say these things, you're going to have to work and earn the money for the lawsuit. He's probably putting her in a position where she's got to make the money to pay her attorney's fees. And this is it. Candace, we can speculate a lot of things about you, girl. One thing I will tell you with a blessed assurance, I will be listening in on that court hearing to every word, every sound that is made in that courtroom. Do you understand me?
Did to Britney Spears, like they did to Kanye West, or they bankrupt you, right? That's also...
She still won't speak about Kanye West apologizing to a Jewish rabbi. Why? Candace, why won't you speak of that? I mean, you want to sit here and ask, where's the first lady of France for 6 days? and demand what she's been. Now you're going to be putting people out there to try to track and follow her and stalk her to see where she was for 6 days because you just want to know. Well, we want to know why you have not talked about Kanye West apologizing to a Jewish rabbi. You keep referencing him, and I don't know why. It's weird.
One of the mechanisms. Do you guys think that this entire thing was a trap because I didn't shut up about Brigitte? And that the federal government...
No, it's not a trap. You just kept talking about her. No one stopped you from talking about her. I'm sorry, has she stopped talking about Brigitte? It sounds like she's talking about her. Candace, even if someone told you to shut up, you wouldn't. You still talk about her. You still post about her. You still communicate about her. You know, there's another word you're going to have to define. Communicate. The fact that she is still communicating about Brigitte Macron is proof that she's not shutting up. Has she gone a whole day without saying her name? You're insinuating that she was involved in the murder of Charlie Kirk. Girl, of course they're going to add on to the lawsuit. Of course they are. You're mad because they're doing that. You're not mad because, listen, Candace is not mad because she thinks that Brigitte Macron is transgender. No. Candace is mad because they're suing her ass in court and they're going to get her for all the money. Candace, you're big mad at being sued for defamation when you have not stopped talking about the defamation. Because you have several videos as proof that you have not shut up about it. You claim that Donald Trump called you and told you to shut up, basically, in so many words. And that he told you to calm down about it. And you still didn't listen. You're still talking about it despite a lawsuit and a cease and desist letter. So if it were in order, you would have already been held to contempt of it. So it's a letter. You know, anyone can write a cease and desist letter. It's different from an order. An order comes from government agency or the court of law. A letter could have been written by anybody. You don't have to have an attorney to write a cease and desist letter. So the fact that the letter was sent to you is proof that you're not taking that seriously. You talk about national security, which is a joke to you because you think you're above the rule of law, Candace. You have not shut up. And the proof is in your posts and in your videos. She still talks about it. Still. So that's the thing. No one's telling her to shut up. She's trying to purport this as if people are telling her to shut up. They want her to stop making provable false statements because defamation is not protected as free speech. To answer your question here, is she free to do what she wants, though? Is this still America? Defamation is not protected under the First Amendment. So understand, if you do make defamatory claims and you do it with a reckless disregard for the truth, you're going to get sued. So if you want to get sued all day, go for it. There you go. That's how it works. She can get sued for it. But why complain about it when you get sued? Why expect them to keep it in the court of public opinion? That's not how the hell that works. They don't owe her that. They don't owe her that at all. They can take it to the court of law because she made provable false statements with a reckless disregard of the truth with malicious intent. Defamation is not protected under the First Amendment. It's not. I don't care what the bots or the candy ass cult members say. They don't read laws. It's not. So she's got it coming. And she wants them to just respond to her on social media. No. Hell no. They don't owe her that. So she can claim whatever she wants. But the moment she said it is a fact that Brigitte Macron was born a man. She effed up and she found out. And she's going to keep finding out when these court hearings start. And we're going to be there to hear every moment of her finding out the hard way. They have demanded a jury. So they're putting this in the hands of peers of, a jury of her peers. They want a jury trial. So Candace, that's as close to, court of public opinion per se. Because it's not going to be based on their opinion. It's going to be based on the finding of fact, law, and evidence. The jury can't just go in and just, opine. This is how they feel. No, they have to utilize the law, the facts, and the evidence of the case to deliberate and come together for a ruling. You're going to keep finding out, girl. So, no, keep talking so that they can keep using this evidence against you. Because everything you say and do can and will be used against you in the court of law, in this lawsuit, in these videos you're making, in your posts, in all the communication you keep putting out there. Because you won't shut up. No matter how hard anyone wants you to do that. You're not going to shut up. So they're just kind of prepared themselves to just keep using all this evidence against you. That's how it's going to go. That's all I'm saying. That's how it's going to go. She's digging herself deeper and deeper and deeper. And we just, at this point, it doesn't have to be anything extra said. They got enough on its own. And they're bringing scientific evidence with them. You're talking about a matter of someone being born a gender. Like No Reply said, they can bring in an x-ray scan or DNA testing, diagnostic tests, scientific evidence. This is a matter of human anatomy and biology. You don't sit here and just go on the opinion of that. If it was a matter of a sex change, you're still talking about medical records at least. That's a major medical procedure. There are going to be medical records for that. And then you still can get diagnostic testing. Shout out to No Reply. You can get a pelvic exam done, an x-ray done, a scan. Difference in the bone structure in males versus females. Scientific DNA. Scientific evidence. That's it. So if anybody is going to fail to follow through, it'll be Candace. She doesn't want that scientific evidence to be released to the public. It will debunk the hell out of her. It will be the greatest fail ever. Mark my words. She's going to try to settle first before they have any hearing to get to any discovery. And who knows? The judge may order them to mediate. It's a civil matter. Who knows? You have to prove that. That you can't just say because she said so. That's not evidence. That's why she's effed up. Because she claimed that to be a fact. It's not a fact. She doesn't have the scientific evidence to prove it. That's not how that works in court. And child, if you listen to your cult members, girl, you're going to be really screwed up. Yeah, this is parroting what she says. Scientific evidence. Google it. Look it up. The keyword, word of the month, evidence. Look up the definition of the word evidence and truth. You need evidence to support the definition of the word truth. Your opinion is not always truth. That's not how that works. Your opinion is your opinion. You go to court and find out the hard way because, see, that's where it matters the most, right? I can say whatever. She can say whatever. When it gets to the court of law, that's where it matters the most. That's why I'm looking forward to it. Candace, that's why you don't get to dictate anything either. Because you don't get to dictate the court of law. That's the one place Candace Amber Owens Farmer has no power in the court of law. None. She will not be able to dictate a damn thing in the courts. So her wanting to keep this in the court of public opinion with the media and social media, she has a bigger sway. because they're not saying anything. They're not going to keep responding to her. They're grown as adults. They're not going to keep tending to her nonsense. They're taking her ass to court. Where it should go at this point. And then go to court and find out. Go to court. Let them bring their scientific evidence and go from there. That's where it matters, in the court of law. That's it. So what I say, what she says, I mean, she can say whatever she wants. She's been doing that. All I say is, I'll be proven right or wrong. But I'd rather go to the court of law. Period. Oh, man. I don't care about her series. The judge is not even going to watch her series. I can guarantee you that. The judge nor the jury will watch her series. It will taint the jury. They don't care. It's opinionated and no scientific evidence. They're not going to watch it. They want an impartial jury. The jury will not even watch her series. They don't care. She did that all for nothing. Just to hype y'all up. It won't matter. That's it. It won't matter. None of that will matter. I could give my opinion, but I'm stating facts. She doesn't have evidence. That is a fact. She does not have scientific evidence. In order for someone to deem you to be a male or female, what would you need? You would need some DNA testing, lab work, diagnostic tests, a physical exam, something medically related. That's it. She doesn't have it. I don't care about her supporters. They're not going to all be able to sit on that jury in court. You understand that? You can't have 5 million people sitting on the jury, and none of the jury people are going to sit here. They're not going to pick a jury that they feel would be influenced. You want them to be impartial. You want to give them to give an honest ruling based on the finding of fact, law, and evidence. It's that simple. The court will not care. She got 5.6 million. You think that judge care about that? No. And that's where her fate of a judgment will be rendered, in the court of law. It's that simple. It's just that simple. So if she gets there and lose, she's going to lose. Oh, now you're throwing a tantrum. Oh, no. Oh, no. Australia told her to F off. Australia told her to F off. How about that? No, yeah, right back at you. You know, it's so funny. I'm wondering if she gave back those refunds to all those people that bought those tickets. Did you buy that $1,500 ticket to have that dinner with her? It never happened. You think she thinks that the courts care about how you feel? Courts don't care. The courts don't care about how y'all feel about that. They're not gonna care. They're not gonna care about your tantrum. They care about the finding of fact, law, and evidence. It's that simple. Y'all don't have to accept that. But see, here's the thing. Why get upset at the court of law deciding that? Just let it happen there. And if she's right, the court will see the evidence on it, right? If she's wrong, they'll see the evidence on it. Why get mad about it? You can't make this up. You can't make this up. Oh, Lord have mercy. Bless their heart. Australia said, kick rocks. They don't care. That shit. Bye, girl. Bye, Felicia. Don't come here. They don't have time for that nonsense. Y'all let her finish it. Let's finish up. Then we'll finish up the joke based on the headline. You know, because all the candy ass bots and stuff, they're here for their Christmas bonus. They're adorable. They get rude, you boot them out. But they're crying and whining because she's lost the plot. People are demanding evidence, and it's a term in it, you know, that they can't define. I mean, it is what it is.
Knew that it was coming, which would explain why they never commented on the absurdity of a foreign nation coming after our speech. They're not acting right. right? Common sense. You say you care to protect free speech. Why wouldn't you comment on something that involves a foreign leader
defamation is not protected under the First Amendment as free speech. It's just not. That is the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. Candace, you should read it and read it to your audience. They would appreciate you actually reading a law for once, because they don't seem to know much.
Infringing upon the speech of Americans, even if I had made up something about Brigitte, which I did not. So we're going to run that poll until the end of this show, which is coming much sooner than I anticipated. We're not going to get to everything today. Don't worry. I have more for you tomorrow. Like I said, it's going to be a long week. I do want to get to this commentary because I honestly don't even understand what is happening to PBD's show, which I very much used to enjoy. I see clips floating around, so you know what?
People can say what they want about you, Candace. That's what you and the candy asses and the cult members and stuff. The bots, y'all don't seem the program. You're not programmed to understand that. People get the right to criticize you. You know, this free speech you think you can enjoy when you're being defamatory, that's not protected under the First Amendment as free speech. Somehow, you don't think that you should get any criticism, even when it's absolutely true. You don't have any scientific evidence to prove that Brigitte Macron was born a man or even had a sex change. And you purported that to be a fact. You don't care how you think she looks. Because I have a clip as well. I'm not purporting that to be a fact. Free speech is a problem for you. Obviously, you don't understand it. So you should read the First Amendment of the United States Constitution. And Candace, remember, you're a U.S. citizen. So our U.S. laws applies to you directly. I could care less about what someone from Australia who's sitting in the comment section saying that they're doing when their laws don't apply here to Americans. Now, I'm not saying that to all Australians as a whole, because I think Australia did the right thing. But you get someone from another country talking about laws, they don't understand our Constitution then. The United States is not obligated to abide by the laws of another country and vice versa. So Australia and France are not obligated to abide by the laws of the United States. They're sovereign nations on their own. That's a fundamental fact. So you're trying to hold someone else accountable to our U.S. laws that don't even live in this country. Why are you even messing with people in other countries is my question. And these same people can't get you out of legal trouble because guess what? They're not obligated to uphold our laws in their country. That's how that works, Candace. When you're not familiar with your own nation's laws, you don't get to dictate the laws of another country. That's not how that works, girl.
It's not fair to paint with a broad brush, but a broad stroke. But I will say that Adam Sosnick is reaching levels of absurdity here, rather than at all trying to prod the narrative of whether or not there was actually an assassination attempt on my life. He did
with no evidence. Show the transactions from this club to SAT. Say who called you. Who is this high-ranking French government employee? She continues to out law firms and companies and businesses and blah, blah, blah. And she won't do the same with this high-ranking French government employee that called her about some payments being made. That's connected to an assassination plot. You can't make this up. And she didn't even file a formal complaint with the FBI. She sent somebody in the FBI a text message. That's what's a joke. That's the running joke. The fact that she sent a text message to an FBI, the RBM Venom. Now you can say whatever you want to say about my stream. But why aren't you all, you're the bots and the candy ass cult members, why aren't you all demanding this evidence from her? That way, when you're going into other people's streams and chats, you're not sounding stupid when you say that she's telling the truth with no evidence. The very definition of that word truth involves facts and evidence. So why aren't you all demanding that from her? I'm just curious. I know you guys will never answer that, or even ask her that because spineless, but whatever. You can't make this up. She don't have that. Exactly. Post the evidence, Candace. Post the evidence. Post the evidence of the transactions. Why are you name calling? Grow up, Susie. Stop name calling. No one's calling you that. I called you an idiot, but you're acting like it. You have to do the name calling. Didn't you tell me to F off and you're still here? It's so funny. Can't make this up. I'm a Crows are suing her. Bottom line. It doesn't make sense. All she has to do is post up evidence. She won't do it. She hasn't even filed a formal complaint with the FBI. She hasn't even done it. You can't make this up. This is ridiculous. File a formal complaint. She sent them a text message. Get out of here. You didn't file a formal complaint, though, because she knows that it would be felonious. Candace, they would charge you with filing, willfully, intentionally, and knowingly filing a false complaint to the FBI. Do I have to look that up? Apparently, I have to look that up. So we're going to look up the penalty for doing that.
Decides to respond to this allegation by saying that I have no famous friends. I kid you not. This is the level of insincerity that you can almost say it's laughable at this moment of people that are engaged in the sport of politics. Take a listen to what Adam Sosnick had to say on Patrick Bet-David's podcast.
Discussing things. Forget about what she said about Israel and Jews and BLM and liberals. This is friendship stuff. The most valuable currency you have are the relationships you have, your friends. In my opinion, she's burned every bridge she's ever been associated with. Whether that's Turning Point USA, whether that's the Daily Wire, whether that's PragerU, Charlie Kirk, Steven Crowder. I don't know what's going on even in this.
Erica Kirk, because she wants Turning Point to burn down, and Erica Kirk is the CEO. So Erica Kirk.
Room, but it's not like we're loving what she's doing these days. I'm asking you a serious question. Who are her friends at this point?
No,
well, to me, she's very lonely.
No, I think she's very close with Tucker. I do think she has a group
How many
of
more
friends.
can you name, though? Other than Tucker,
yeah.
Genuine question. I'm not trying to throw her under the bus. Who's Candace's friends? Who are her allies? Can we name a name? Anyone?
Oh,
anyone?
She's got more than you would believe.
Name a name.
Who would she listen to? Is my question. Who does Candace listen to? We can start with Lucifer, but whatever. Who does she listen to? Because it doesn't seem like she listens to George Farmer. And he's supposed to be head of that household, is he not? George, where are you, George? George, can you please stop smoking a cigar and go talk to your wife? Because she's got a whole lot of court dates coming up. Oh, they're going to burn her ass in court. George, shouldn't you be the head of that household? She said only George Farmer and Erica Kirk can tell her to shut up, and she will shut up. At them saying it. Why is he being a punk right now? Why can't he just say, dear, can you just shut up? You talking about assassination plots and all this other stuff. Don't you think that would have a direct effect on the kids? You went to Dollywood, Candace, and you took a photo with a perfect stranger. And I didn't see not one security guard around you. And you want people to take your so-called assassination claim seriously. You failed to file an FBI complaint, a formal FBI complaint. She said it out of her own mouth. She sent a text to some FBI high-ranking official. And they confirmed that they got the text. But she didn't file a formal complaint with the FBI. She hasn't shown any evidence or proof that they're even investigating this. But she wants everybody to take it seriously. She called the White House. They put a note on Trump's desk. He's not an investigator. He's the president. But yet, she wants the rest of the country, the entire world, to take this seriously. But she couldn't tell us the high-ranking French government employee that called her about some payments from Club de Salt. You can't make this stuff up.
No, she's got a lot of them.
I'm sure that there's
She does.
Twitter army out there.
Yeah,
but what famous names advocates are saying, I'm with Candace? Tucker, maybe? Who else?
No,
I can't name one.
It's just, I want to guys, just because we got to all wake up to this matrix, okay? First and foremost, nothing he's saying is true. The first thing I'd like to clarify is I have never been friends with Steven Crowder. I just feel like that is really not good dirt to the.
I don't care who her famous friends are. Who are the people that she would listen to? That's my question. Who does she listen to? She doesn't listen to anybody. She could get, wisdom from someone. Who does she listen to? She didn't listen to anyone. She won't even listen to her own attorneys. Oh, God. You know they had to call her last week. Heifer, you put out our law firm address. Why are you doing that? You realize other people work here? It's not just the three of us. We have paralegals. We got legal aides. We got people that work in here. They have families. You got these crazy ass Candy Coat members coming down here recording videos of cranes and stuff because reasons. And then you're not thinking about all the other employees in this law firm. What is the matter with you? They got a billing department, people that handle payments and things of that nature, people that handle the phone calls. Like, they have a lot of people in that law firm. Candace, you don't care about any of those other people that work there. And anytime you ask for information on a person, or you want to know the whereabouts of Brigitte Macron, like you're owed that and you're not, because you're throwing a tantrum. Obviously, a court date must be coming up soon because you sit here crying like you just got the lawsuit. You'll learn, girl. You'll learn. And then you want to sit here and throw up photos of people, random students at UVU, because he's wearing a green hoodie. Oh, this kid didn't want to give me an interview. People are being outed everywhere. A donor. You had a whole thing going where all you did was dox people. You know, that social autopsy thing. That's all you did. It's a cyber crime. Doxing is illegal. But yet she continues to do it. No respect for the rule of law. And this is why she doesn't want to go to court either. She doesn't care about laws. She doesn't even care about the First Amendment or to even read it. Who does she listen to? I don't care if they're famous or not. Does she listen to a relative? No one's telling her what she needs to know. She just has 5.6 million yes men around her, including George. George, we're looking at you. Because you're not saying anything to your wife. You're just letting her go out and just make an ass of herself. And you're standing behind the camera while she does it. Either they both know this is like the biggest con ever, and all of this is scripted, or he takes delight in seeing all of this happen. Because he doesn't give a damn either. They met and married in 18 days. What do you expect?
Or my name. I just have better intuition than that. Secondly, my friend Charlie Kirk just got shot in the neck. Hence the reason we're doing this entire podcast investigation into what actually happened on that day.
You're impersonating CIA investigators. No, ma'am. You're using their logo without their permission. That's a violation of federal law as well. Candace, they could sue you for that because you're making money. You're making a profit off of using a CIA logo or the likeness or image of it without their consent, because you don't ask for permission. You just do what you want to do. So when the penalty comes down the pipeline and they sue you for that, guess what? You'll really be bankrupt, girl.
Now, you seem to be naming employers regarding the Daily Wire. I am so friends with every single one of my colleagues that I was friends when I went in there. And yeah, when you leave a job, you don't tend to hang out with management on your way out. So I'm not sure what you're referencing here. If you mean that I am not one of those basic bitches who needs to post every second when I'm
the B word. Ooh, is that why the candy ass has got the potty mouth today? I'm being told F off. Ooh, you potty mouths. Such a potty mouth. Said I'm not one of those basic B's. Girl, you are basic and simple. You're not reading laws. You about to go to court. Oh, good luck to that.
Secondly, my friend Charlie Kirk just got shot in the neck. Hence the reason we're doing this entire podcast investigation
You're not doing
into what
this with
actually
Charlie
happened
Kirk.
on that day. Now, you seem to be naming employers regarding the Daily Wire. I am still friends with every single one of my colleagues that I was friends when I went in there. And yeah, when you leave a job, you don't tend to hang out with management on your way out. So I'm not sure what you're referencing here. If you mean that I am not one of those basic bitches who needs to post every second of when I'm hanging out with people so that people think that I'm cool and I'm surrounded by individuals, you would be right. Because I'm a person who grew up on Kanye West's music. And it's so funny that I was blasting.
So that's the only reason why you don't do that? Because you grew up on Kanye West music? Can you, what she said? This is her response to this. She's supposed to be snapping off. This is her snap off. Brace yourselves. You're snapping off, Candace. And your whole thing is you went from Charlie Kirk, once again, because you're monetizing that death of Charlie Kirk, to, you're not a basic B, to I don't hang out with previous managers. No one said you did. I think they're asking a silly question. Question should have been more of, who do you listen to? Who do you get counsel and wisdom from? If George Farmer really did tell you to shut up, would you really do it? Would you really think he would say that for your good, or would he just be saying that as a gag? Because he doesn't really give a damn. So it's not about who's famous in your life. It's a matter of who's around you that tells you what you need to know, Candace. I can't be the only one, girl. And I don't have to meet you at all, ever. You have 4 kids you should start thinking about. And you're not. Then what's the name? Sanfei? Sanfei React said in her video perfectly, Candace, do you care more about Charlie Kirk than you do your own children? Because right now, it seems like you do. And it seems like you care even more about trying to be right about something that you're not right about at all. You never were right about Brigitte Macron. You never were. You made a provable false statement that you had no evidence to support. You were never right about that. And they're rightfully so suing you in a court of law. They're taking their grievance to a court of law. You're going to have to get the hell over it. If you have a defense, take it to court. Why don't you take us to that discovery phase, girl?
Secondly, my friend Charlie Kirk just got shot in the neck. Hence the reason we're doing this entire podcast
Like he didn't have any other
investigation
friends.
into what actually happened on that day. Now, you seem to be naming employers regarding the Daily Wire. I am still friends with every single one of my colleagues that I was friends when I went in there. And yeah, when you leave a job, you don't tend to hang out with management on your way out. So I'm not sure what you're referencing here. If you mean that I am not one of those basic bitches who needs to post every second of when I'm hanging out with people so that people think that I'm cool and I'm surrounded by individuals, you would be right. Because I'm a person who grew up on Kanye West's music. And it's so funny that I was blasting his early music.
Yes, it sounds like a complete ad. You were saying basic B's, and I don't have to hang out and post every little second of my day because I'm a person who grew up on Kanye West. Oh, and it's so funny that I was just listening to him the other day. Are we really transitioning into that? Where's Susie from Australia? Susie, do you approve of this? Susie from Australia, come to the front of the church.
Referencing here. If you mean that I am not one of those basic bitches who needs to post every second of when I'm hanging out with people so that people think that I'm cool and I'm surrounded by individuals, you would be right. Because I'm a person who grew up on Kanye West's music. And it's so funny that I was blasting his early music. One of his first songs, All Falls Down, and he speaks about this. This is how they create the Matrix. Insecure men speak like that, okay? They want people who are insecure to allow terrible things to happen because they say, well, you can hang out with me. You can hang out. All you have to do is just not talk about the Epstein files, and you might get invited to Mar-a-Lago. Don't you want to be invited to Mar-a-Lago? Don't you want to go to?
Is that how George Farmer got you on a date? Oh no, that's right. You two didn't go out on a date. Yeah, okay. How exactly did he ask you to marry him again? You can marry me, and then I have $200 million, or you can just keep being a basic B that listens to Kanye West music. Is that how he did it? I really would love to know exactly how he proposed. Because I don't think he will ever tell the truth about that. Because he knows it's weird. 18 days. Yeah, okay. That's one hell of a turnover, girl.
Mar-a-Lago. Then why don't you look away when we talk about children being abused? It's so weird. Like, don't you want to have really all of the invites to Mar-a-Lago, and you can hang out and get dressed up and hang out with cool people in Hollywood if you just look the other way?
Children being abused in the United States of America, and she doesn't talk about that either. Yeah, the Christians in Nigeria being slaughtered. She did mention that. Kanye West apologized to a Jewish rabbi. Is that going to happen? Are we going to have that conversation? How's this going to go? Why is Kanye West the only person she brings up as far as rap music? Candace, is this your way of trying to still consider yourself to be a cool kid? Like there are no other rap artists you've listened to ever? Kidding me? Not even a little bit of Kendrick Lamar. You don't listen to him either. Go.
When children are being abused, this is that mentality, okay? It's disgusting, it's gross, but more importantly, it is insecure. So I want to remind you guys that your real friends do not need to be famous, okay? My best friends are not famous, and you should be close with your family. You should have real value in your life. Part of the matrix requires you to have this.
That real value means you listening to wisdom and counsel. Listening to people when they're saying, hey, I'm just telling you this for your good. You're going to court with no scientific evidence to prove someone was born a man, or no medical records or anything to prove that they had a sex change. You're going to lose. I'm just saying that to you for your own good, Candace, and you didn't listen to that. So no one in your life tells you that, because we don't expect the candy ass cult members or the brain dead bots that are just trying to work overtime for, Christmas bonus to tell you the truth of what you need to know. We don't expect that. We don't expect them to ask you to prove anything with evidence. They just hear Candace said it, or Candace alleged, or Candace posted, and then they take that as the gospel. Because lack of thinking and critical thinking skills and all. They don't read laws themselves. However that goes, they don't believe nothing unless you say it. Like you're God, which is very dangerous. Very, very dangerous stuff, Candace. No one should be idolizing you like that. But yet you brag about going viral. But not about producing scientific evidence or producing the proof of the transactions that someone paid any club or a French government, anybody, to assassinate you. No proof or evidence. So all this you're saying, it's not going to matter in court. Judge won't care about none of that. They don't care you listen to Kanye West.
Then why don't you look away when we talk about children being abused? It's so weird. Like, don't you want to have like really all of the invites to Mar-a-Lago, and you can hang out and get dressed up and hang out with cool people in Hollywood if you just look the other way when children are being abused? This is that mentality, okay? It's disgusting, it's gross, but more importantly, it is insecure. So I want to remind you guys that your real friends do not need to be famous, okay? My best friends are not famous, and you should be close with your family. You should have real value in your life. Part of the matrix requires you to have this sort of instinct to think celebrities are cool and that they glitter and they're golden. The majority of them are pretty effed up and drunk. That's the reality. No.
Oh boy, this is epic. Candace, this speaks to your character in court, girl. I'm just keep reiterating this. Where it matters the most. This speaks to your character development. Yeah, keep unleashing the fury, girl. This is working for you. She's dropping all kinds of potty mouth words. Lord.
Have real value in your life. Part of the matrix requires you to have this sort of instinct to think celebrities are cool and that they glitter and they're golden. The majority of them are pretty effed up and drunk. That's the reality. No, and by the way, on the subject of the kind of people that he's referring to, it was notoriously Eric Bowling that sat across from Adam when they attacked me over Charlie Kirk and lied and said that I hadn't been friends with Charlie Kirk since 2017. After that episode, Eric Bowling sent me an email and apologized and said it was Adam's fault. He didn't even know Adam's name. I think he called him Sam in the email. I should actually pull it and I'll post it on Instagram. Didn't even know, threw Adam and PBD's entire team under the bus in 3 seconds and said, I just want to apologize with you, Candace, because that's how politics work. They all stab each other in the back and they all do it because they think they're on the pursuit of like.
Candace does it as well. Candace, you do that as well. You do the same thing. You're about to post up an email of you saying someone stabbed somebody else in the back. So you're going to burn all those bridges, including the guy you're about to post up this email is from. Eric Bowling and all the other 3 guys, you're about to now burn all 4 bridges simultaneously. You're doing the same thing, Candace. because you're trying to be right about something, but you have no idea how, this whole breakdown of yours is going to look when the jury sees this video. You can't make this stuff up. This stuff just writes itself, doesn't it?
Like fame and riches. We are not going to
dear Lord.
save the West in general from the absolute sexual deviants that run it, the liars and the crooks that run the West, if we have the attitude that we need to be well liked by famous people who are all drunk. Truly, they're all just a bunch of drunks hanging out in DC. That's the reality of the political field. Get real value in your life. And that's what I want to say about that before I get into some of your questions. Poll is still running, by the way. I will tell you the total when we come back from this brief break.
Okay. That's pretty much it. I'm not gonna go into her whole thing. Yeah, I can't believe this. So she's about to out everybody with this one email because Candace, you're proving you don't have any real friends. And if you do, I'm sure they've told you got to go to court with evidence or you're going to lose like hell. Your candy ass cult followers don't count because they're never going to tell you the truth because, it's a term that most of them can't define. Evidence is the key word of the month. 25 days to Christmas, y'all. 24 now. We're on December 2nd. You can't make this up. You go to bed. Yeah, that is so adorable. She totally missed the point of what he said. Sorry, I missed his name, the video. Oh my God. I'm sure she added some stuff to that shouldn't have been added. I'm going to look up the penalty for filing a false claim to the FBI. Candace, this is why you didn't file a complaint to the FBI. Do you understand the penalty, Candace? Because laws are laws, right? Filing a false complaint to the FBI can lead to severe penalties under 18 USC, that's United States Code 1001. The law makes it illegal to knowingly, y'all hear the terminology because I said this earlier, because, reading is fundamental. The law makes it illegal to knowingly provide false statements or conceal information in matters within the jurisdiction of the United States government. Candace, you're not above the rule of law. You're just not. No matter how hard you want to be, no matter how much the candy ass cult followers and the bots want to put you on this pedestal like you're Jesus, you're not. And when it comes to the rule of law and the court, you're going to find out the hard way. And they're not going to be there to rescue you. Your candy ass cult followers will not be in there representing you. They're not going to be in the jury because they have to be impartial. You're going to go in there and fall flat on your face. If she were to file a formal complaint with the FBI, she would be in violation of 18 USC 1001. Candace, violate a federal law because you're already doing that. She's already violating federal laws when it comes to using the CIA logo or the likeness and image of it without consent in an effort to earn a profit. They can sue her for that. That's literally can make her legally liable for damages. They can sue her for that. And they will be well within the right. Because she's made a lot of money on that CIA logo or the likeness and image of it. We all know what it is. We're not looking at that logo trying to figure out what it is. No, it's plain and simple what it is. And she's even said this is decentralized intelligence agency. Oh, okay, cool. So thank you for lining that out in a video, Candace. She doesn't have any good friends around her because they wouldn't be telling her, yeah, all of this is okay. There's nothing wrong with this live stream, girl. Go ahead and post that video up. They would say, no, you might want to read about the law on that. You may not like who it came from, but it doesn't change the law itself because laws are laws. You can't make this up. Oh, God have mercy. Hit the like button, y'all. Hit the like button. Candy asses, they enjoy the banter. They'll hit the like button. Can't make this out. She's gonna drop Eric's next text. That's what she said. She's gonna lose her friends. She's gonna lose anybody. She don't need friends. Yeah, she has kids. She's not even tending to that. Candace, a question was asked by a very wise woman. Do you love Charlie Kirk more than your own children? And why isn't George telling you to make him a sandwich? Candace, read the law, girl. Violations can result in prison time. Candace, you can go to prison. And fines. Both. You can get both. Can result in prison time and fines. I don't care if you believe the feds or not. Laws are still real. And so are judges in the courts. Go in there and huff and puff if you want to. And they're going to remind you why you don't want to stand before them. With the maximum penalty being up to 5 years for individuals and up to 8 years for organizations involved in terrorism or national security matters. Candace, you're alleging that someone is trying to assassinate you, and that someone being a foreign entity, a foreign government, and you're alleging that this assassination plot involves the U.S. government itself. How do you think that would look in a complaint? How do y'all think that would look in a complaint? She's going to go to prison. Yeah, wake up sheet. She's going to prison. She files a complaint. She'll go to prison. You can't make this up. Francisca said nobody needs her as a friend, seeing as she wasn't a good friend of Charlie Kirk. Exactly. She's dogged this man's pastor out. She's trying to single-handedly tear down Turning Point USA to where Erica Kirk, his wife, is the CEO of. And yet, she doesn't want people to accuse her of insinuating or dogging out or disrespecting Erica Kirk either. Simply because you're not saying her name does not mean that you're not hitting below the belt, Candace. She's the CEO of Turning Point USA. So when you talk about Turning Point USA now, present tense, you're including her because she's the CEO. You dingus. You can't make this stuff up. I just look where she was born. It all makes sense why she's so angry. You can't make this up. I believe you. You simple about 10% hit like and 1% comment, which is lowest standard, really, I think. Yeah, that's why it's 6.77% likes only. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, the bots, yeah, they get riled up because I do reading. They hate it. Hit the like button because reading is fundamental. These are facts here. Y'all seeing this? I'm not making this up. So if she wants to sit here and claim to be Candace Owens LLC, then that would be looked at differently than her just saying, "Oh, it's in a complaint I'm filing as an individual. They're just after me." If she decides to even include her LLC in it, her organizations, Georgetown Inc., any of that, and you're sitting here filing this false complaint, especially when you're talking about a matter of national security, you're attacking foreign countries that are our allies, Candace. You're talking about involving military, military sectors in this. I don't even understand how she doesn't understand this to be, tampering with that. Why even tread on that? This isn't about exposure. It's crossing into the realm of just complete stupidity at this point because she still won't post evidence. So what are you exposing when you don't post evidence? Evidence is the key word. Evidence. 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 You're not exposing a damn thing if you can't post evidence. You're not exposing crap. You're just running your mouth. Because Because they love to say that. Oh, she's exposing things. No, she's not. Because if she did, she would post evidence. Exposure involves that. Facts and evidence. You can't make this up. So where's the evidence? The law applies to various interactions, including official forms submitted to agencies like the IRS or FBI, and verbal statements made during federal investigations. The false statement must be knowingly and willfully, meaning the individual was aware of the falsehood and intended to mislead. I said this earlier when I told you how verbatim what it means. It has to be intentional, willful, and knowingly. And that's what she's doing. And she keeps talking about it on her shows. It's not like a one-time occurrence sort of thing. It's not like a, oops, I made a mistake in this. No. You're repeating this and you want this to be embedded in somebody's mind. You got your cult members saying, oh, this is truth with no facts or evidence. You can't say you messed up if they do look at you for filing a false complaint to them, for making false statements to them, Candace. Because they're going to see this repetition and they're going to say, this seems to be planned, calculated. Her shows are scripted. She intentionally and knowingly made these statements. And she made them over and over and over and over again. And even followed up with us about it. That's not an accident, Candace. That's not an accident. That is knowingly and willfully making these false statements. You're effing up in slow motion. And we're just watching it. Candace, we're just watching it because you don't listen to nobody. You can watch my show all day because I know you do, heifer. But you don't take anything from it. Aside from keywords and phrases you throw out in your show, what are you learning? What are you really learning, Candace? You're not stopping the misconduct here. So keep listening to your audience as they pump you up to have you think this nonsense. Meanwhile, you have 4 kids, and George is like a no-show at this point. He don't give a damn. George is like, I give up. I don't know I don't know who I'm going to get on what day of the week. You know, must be that yeast infection going. Chabo, Candace, this is what you got to look forward to, girl. So knowingly and willfully made these statements. You were aware of the falsehood and you intended for those statements to be misleading because you have no evidence. You haven't provided any evidence of the French government high-ranking employee, of these payments, of nothing. You're giving random stuff about cranes. And, like, we don't care about no crane, girl. Courts have clarified that mistakes or misunderstandings do not constitute violations. So how are you going to claim that this was a mistake when you said it like 3 or 4 times in a video? Girl, bye. So here you go, y'all. This is information that you guys can look up and read. And I'm just going to drop this link in the chat. And of course, it will be a reference resource in the description of the video because laws are laws. And no matter how much Candace thinks she, knows them, she doesn't. You can't make this up. 3 attorneys and none of them are telling her what the deal is. Candace, girl, who child? All right, so Candace Owens, a French Legionnaire, and an Israeli operative walk into a bar. Y'all, this has been something else. We got to talk about George. Maybe we'll just watch the interview that she did with him on her show. Oh, that's going to be another one. So y'all can let me know if y'all want to do that. George did an interview in the summer and he said he's not worried about his wife because they have really good security. But this was before this last conspiracy theories. Yeah. I can't imagine this. Like at this point, I can't imagine him just saying, yeah, no, okay, it's okay for you to make these allegations like this. And then he's not concerned. Like someone's going to call him and say, do you know what Candace has said today? George, I'm concerned. Is there really an assassination plot against your wife? What is going on? Like, I can imagine his father calling him, asking, what in the world is going on in the United States of America, George? There's no way. They have relatives that are probably just asking for the sake of the kids. What's happening? And what did she tell them? Oh, well, it's because Charlie was shot in the neck, and Turning Point is they're just lying about things. And the Brigitte Macron, she was born with this penis thing, and she's not gonna be able. How's she gonna tell that to somebody? And they're asking legitimately about this assassination plot. And honestly, most probably would just ask for the sake of the kid. You got 4 small children, girl. She doesn't care. Candace needs to flee to the UK. It should have popped up as soon as you can enter live chat. Hit that like button, y'all. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Y'all, we're coming up on almost 5 hours. This has been fun. I appreciate all of you all. I knew this was going to be a long late live because she came back and had some other information to share. And I was like, we got time tonight. So thank y'all so much for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow. She's got another show, I'm sure. Plus, we got to do a live on Umar because he's still giving out, counseling sessions, and he's not a licensed or certified, psychologist at all or counselor, and he shouldn't be doing it. So he's breaking the law as well. Everybody breaking laws. But I appreciate all of you all. And you guys leave your thoughts in the comment section. Finish off the joke. Candace Owens, a French Legionnaire, and an Israeli operative walked into a bar. Finish it up in the chat, in the comments. Hit the like button. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and I'll see you all tomorrow. And until the next one. Oh, wait. I got to do my supers. Lord, hit me up with the 7-month membership. Thank you so much. Shout out to my mods. Care Bear with the $9.99 super. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Care Bear again with the $1.99 super. According to her logic, I'm MK Ultra. Oh, good one. Oh, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Lila with the $6.99 super. Oh, man. Yeah, this was funny. I'm really angry with you guys. How dare you guys say that a rock is as dumb as Candace? The truth is, a rock can think circles around Candace. Epic. $4.99 super from Care Bears. Candace Owens has not and never reported it to the FBI. She admitted it. She said, she texted a cap source. Okay, I get you. A source to let them pass it on. I heard it for myself. Yes, and we went over that in the video. We have the closed captions on for a reason because I sometimes find it hard to believe the things that come out of her mouth. But she said it, and we got a snippet of it. Girl, Candace, you lost your mind. Shout out to you, Care Bears. No complaint equals not true. Thank you, because federal laws, Candace, federal laws. Oh man, you can't make this up. Proud liberal to you. Thank you for the $2 super in honor of Rosa Parks and World AIDS Day. Thank you so much. Thank you all so much. All right, y'all. We're good. Thank you so much. It's an insult to rocks. I appreciate all of you all. Y'all, the candy asses, they gotta hit a candy asses title. But other than that, pouty mouths. They some pouty mouths. Y'all some potty mouths. Candace dropping B words and F words and like child. Girl, you can throw that tantrum all you want. You still going to court. And we're here for it. Y'all make sure you hit the like button. And I will see you all tomorrow. And until the next one, Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.